How do you switch through this?
Okay, so what you have to do is just cue. This is your cue essentially.
Okay. Yep.
So if you bring up this.
So I click on one.
Yep.
And then I hit.
You just
cut or fade.
Yeah. If you need me to adjust any cameras, just let me know.
Gotcha. And is this audio for the entire thing? This is just kind of this audio?
Yeah. So.
Good thing I didn't say anything bad.
Yeah. When you go off of this, it should mute that.
Okay.
I was hearing that music. Oh, it ended. That's why. Okay. Well, you want to just go to one of these cameras here? You don't have to start talking.
Yeah.
Hey, I have no clue why it won't let me download. So I'm just like, and I tried it on my laptop. I tried it on our jacket. Nothing worked. I'm like, okay. Let me try on a different browser. Nope, it didn't work on a different browser. Because I asked Panic last year, and I said, hey, I can go ahead and access it. My computer crashed on somewhere, so I had to get it. Yep. But Tommy was like, Tommy told me, the problem is the only one that doesn't want to work for anything right now. Yeah. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, just start here. Well, no, actually, no, it won't be done with you because they're running behind. They're already in. Okay, have you been able to fix that? Practice time remaining still. Some of these lanes are 6.5, some of them are 6.6, some at 5.3. I'm like, what the hell? Oh, yeah.
what do we have here? We have the 2021 WHAC Championships here at Imperial Lanes in Clinton Township. Glad to have you with us. Bright and early Saturday morning, not too early though, 10 o'clock a.m. start time. And we are underway. Chase Kaufman along here alongside Denver Rokon as my producer. And we will be streaming throughout the rest of the day. Each team bowls four game sets on 4 separate pairs. Top 4 teams will advance into match play. 1 seed will bowl the 4 seed, 2 seed will bowl the 3 seed, and a 3 of 5 series. And it is the same on both sides. We are on lanes 55, 56, and 59 and 60. And I'll be able to cut through, in and out through the day between the men's and women's pairs. So on 55, 56, we have Huntington. And that is it for that pair. Madonna, both men's and women's team, couldn't be here today due to COVID issues. So 55 and 56 is just Huntington right now. And over on 59 and 60, we have the Siena Heights Saints. And we also have the Bulldogs of Cleary University. We'll also have a scoring link I'll send out somehow throughout the day. I'll post it in the YouTube chat most likely. That way you guys can also follow along throughout the scoring. They are updated game by game on a Google Doc. That way you'll never be very far behind throughout the day. Eleven teams on both sides. Lawrence Tech, Concordia, Spring Arbor, Indiana Tech, Siena Heights, Bethel, Cleary, Lourdes, Aquinas, Cornerstone, and Huntington. And that is the same in both the men's and women's division. Obviously, just like a lot of other sports, including March Madness probably being the most popular, the winner of this tournament on both the men's and women's side will both earn an automatic bid to the NAIA Championships. That'll be held in mid-March. So again, another March Madness to watch out for. Currently watching Cleary and Siena Heights. Take a look at what they have done throughout the season. Currently, Siena Heights with 10 total points throughout this year in the 4 jamborees. And Cleary just 1 spot ahead of them with 14 total points. Cleary University on the women's side starting off fairly strong. First 3 strikes, 6 spare, 6 count. And Siena Heights goes open spare to begin the day. And an open frame there for Cleary. We'll go over to the men's side with Huntington. As Huntington cleans up the 6 pin, they go strike, spare, spare, open, spare, spare to begin the day. Today's pattern, medium number 3. Medium number 3, 42 feet of oil with 28 milliliters, so pretty typical mid-range oil pattern for the units. And then a bit of a longer medium. Huntington University, a pretty strong start and finish to the season, not so great in between. They finished 3rd at Jamboree number 1, but then had a rough finish at Jamboree number 2, finishing 3rd to last, 5th to last in Jamboree number 3, and then again 3rd in Jamboree number 4 for 42 points overall. And they are tied for 5th for the regular season. As they move out from pair to pair, I'll give you some individual stats from each WHAC as well as the certain teams you're watching. Let's take a look at the Siena Heights Saints women's team. Siena Heights had 5 bowlers with 8 or more games during the day. Presley Stahl with a 149 average, Hannah Greenwell 144, Kendall Heron 163, Becca Ludwig 155, and Taylor Villacerda 156. And on Cleary's side, they had 4 bowlers bowl over the 8 games, which is the minimum amount you need to have been qualified for end of the season awards, which we will go through later today. And they'll hand out the awards midway through, right after qualifying, but before the match play. And we'll make sure to keep the stream on for that so you guys can follow along as well. You can check the stats on WHAC.net and then click over to men's and women's bowling. They bowled 3 games at each WHAC throughout the 4 WHACs, giving them a total of 12 maximum games if they bowled each one, and they need 8 to qualify for the awards. And they have those separated between people who did qualify and didn't qualify. At 147, got the 1st and the 10th, and can max out for 177. It's a 2.84 to 1 pattern. If you're unsure what that means, it's basically a ratio telling you how much, in simple terms, telling you how much room you have out on the lanes. So hardest pattern out there would be a 1-to-1 pattern. That would basically be flat oil all the way across, so every single board is oiled the same. Easiest, I believe, ranks up there around 14 or 15 to 1. Yeah, so this is a fairly tough pattern at 2.84 to 1. Not the hardest of the college bowling patterns, but it's up there. You're probably going to see a decent amount of bowlers try to get their break point out to that 5, 6, 7 area. That's where you kind of have the most room to play with, just because the 5 board doesn't have a ton of oil, and then the 7 board kind of jumps up, and the 6 board's kind of in between, so that's kind of where you can see a lot of room that you might be able to have throughout the day. So it looks like Huntington will finish out their first game in the mid-160s. So 165 for Huntington. We'll move back over here. Clear University with a solid start to game 1. Open in the 9th, but can still max out for 186. Anyways, Clear University led by Samantha Mason, averaging 169. Zoe McDowell, all 12 games at 165. Ashley Hoskins, 12 games, 152. And Amber Robertson with 10 games at 172 average. So Clear University converted the spare, and they shoot 175 in game one. Solid start. So again, as the scores trickle in here, I will keep you updated, and as soon as I get that scoring link, I will also post it. That way you can all follow along as well. So Siena Heights finishing up their game. Not a great start right now, 106 in the ninth after that 6 miss. 3 6 misses in the game for Siena Heights. Anyways, as we move along here, I will throw some different information out to you. Each game we'll talk about sectionals and plans there, as well as nationals. Talk about kind of awards will be handed out today after the 4 WHACs were bowled last month. And then I'll talk about some different tournaments throughout the way. And we might even get some trivia in there for you guys. So if you think you know the answer and you're watching on YouTube right now, feel free to type it in the box and you will win some bragging rights for the day. Siena Heights did get the first in the 10th, but not the second. We will move it back over to Huntington. No doubles yet through 5 frames for Huntington, but 4 clean frames after that 7 pin there. Let's go and take a look at the Huntington's men's roster. So after 8 games for Dylan Crowley on Huntington, he averaged 202 throughout the season, so just met the minimum requirements. Daniel Brzezinski, 12 games, averaged 194. Austin Schultz, the anchor bowler, averaged 190 for 12 games. Matt Fouts through 8 games for a 178 average. Jordan Herring just missed the qualifying with 7 games, but averaged a respectable 191. Derek Leba, 183 for 6. Dylan Herring, 176. And Lucas Shute with a 174 average for 2 games. So a solid, well-balanced Huntington's roster all the way around. Trips the 4 pin for a double. Huntington does there. First double of the game. Left of the men's pair currently, we have Cornerstone and Aquinas. Aquinas started out with the first 3 and it's kind of teetered off from there. And on to Huntington's pair, we have 3 in a row, which a lot of you know as a turkey, which means it's time for some turkey trivia. So we'll start off with some WHAC trivia here, and we'll make it a nice and easy one. Might not be easy, but it's a pretty simple question. In what year was the WHAC founded, and how many teams made up the original conference? So we got a two-parter question here, so if you think you know the answer, feel free to type it in the chat or just keep it to yourself at home. But if you know it and you don't type it in, then you get no credit. But that's all right, because there's no prize, just bragging rights. You can tell all your friends in your group chats that you knew some trivia. In what year was the WHAC founded, and how many teams made up the original conference? We'll have a few of those throughout the day. I won't do it in every turkey, just because I expect there to be a lot of them. But we'll have some fun with it throughout the day. Move back over to the ladies' pairs. No doubles yet over here. But Cleary kind of staying right on track where they were the first game. They're at a 65 in the fourth with a strike and a 9 count in the sixth. Move back over to Huntington here. They got the first and the 10th after sparing in the 9th, so they can max out for a nice 2:27 game to start. So nice finish there for Huntington with a nice game in the 200s there. And as you can see, if you are on the YouTube live chat right now, I've posted the scoring link so you can copy and paste that into your browser and you'll be able to follow along with the scoring. As soon as they're entered, you'll know just as quickly as I will. So nice 217 for Huntington, and they will move over to the left lane as all teams will do. Each team bowls 2 games on one lane, and then they will switch over to the next lane. And then after the set of 4 games, they'll move pairs, and we'll have some fresh faces on the live stream pairs. And a nice shot, but a 7-pin there for Huntington. Move back over to the women's pairs. Let's give you a little bit of a deeper look throughout who we'll see on these live stream pairs for the rest of the day. Right now, obviously, on the men's pairs, you're seeing Huntington by themselves. And then on the ladies' pairs, 59 and 60, right now, Siena Heights and Cleary. Set 2, we'll see Aquinas and Huntington for the women's pairs, Cleary and Cornerstone for the men's pairs on the second set. For the third pairs, we'll see Aquinas and Lords on the men's side, and Cornerstone and Spring Arbor on the women's side. And then for the fourth set on both 55 and 60, and 55 and 56 and 59 and 60. You'll see Indiana Tech and Lawrence Tech, some rivals on both ends, battle it out for the last and final set. Top 4 teams based on total pinfall, advance to match play, no bonus pins or anything throughout the day. Just straight up pins and good old average. On the men's side, take you through some of the standings. Lawrence Tech on the men's side won the regular season, second in Jamboree number 1, finished second to Spring Arbor there. Jamboree number 2, they won. Jamboree number 3, they took a little bit of a dive, finishing 4th on that one. And then they finished the last Jamboree with a win. They held their own destiny and finished off the first place win for a total of 71 points throughout the 4 Jamborees. Indiana Tech finished second with 64 overall. Spring Arbor in third with 52 overall, followed by Concordia, Aquinas, Huntington, Madonna, Cornerstone, Siena Heights, Lourdes, Cleary, and Bethel. On the women's side, Lawrence Tech also the regular season champions. 68 total points. Indiana Tech just 1 behind in 7th, and it was a kind of a fight down to the end. Indiana Tech won Jamboree number 4, while Lawrence Tech had most likely what will be their worst day of the year. And they finished in 6th place with 10 points. So they ended up taking the regular season by just 1 point. So not how they wanted to finish it, but after 4 tough-fought Jamborees, you'll take a first-place regular season win any way you can get it. 148, the final score over there for Cleary. And almost turkey trivia for Siena Heights. And back to that question. In what year was the WHAC founded, and how many teams made up the original conference? Answer to that question is 1992. So a little later than maybe a lot of people were expected. 6 teams also made up the original conference, and those 6 teams: Aquinas, Concordia, Cornerstone, Siena Heights, Spring Arbor, who left in '04, but recently joined the WHAC for bowling purposes, and then Shrine University, who left in 2003. So an open frame again in the 9th frame for Siena Heights. And we'll move back over here to the men's side. They ended up missing that 7-pin back in the first frame. Next 3 and then a spare in the 5th, and Messenger goes in front of the 10-pin here in the 6th. And as I said, we won't do turkey trivia every single turkey, otherwise I would run out of questions and run out of brain power trying to find all those questions and answers. But we'll give them to you as we go out through the day. I have like 7 or 8 written down right now, but I can find more as we go along. So nice cleanup there for Huntington. A little high there for Huntington, able to trip out the 410 though. Huntington looking fairly strong from what I can see down on different pairs. Aquinas and Cornerstone currently just starting game 3. And it looks like a pair down from that, Cleary, and it appears Lourdes are also beginning game 3. Couple splits on the board there for Lourdes, but I can't really tell from here what kind of score. It doesn't look like anything major. But once again, if you have the YouTube stream link open, feel free to check out the scoring link that I put in there. So we got a 161 over here for Siena Heights on the finish. So they'll begin game 3. Move back over. And you could definitely tell he pulled that one right away. Lucky just to leave the 4-pin there. Got it to push a little bit. And a solid game nonetheless so far. So let's take a deeper dive into WHAC number 1 to start. We'll go through each of the WHACs through each of the sets. So we'll do WHAC number 1 for set number 1. So we'll take a look at the men's team's results while we have Huntington up here. Spring Arbor led this one with a total of 52-88, and they won that WHAC by 61 pins over Lawrence Tech. Lawrence Tech was actually leading going into the Baker games, but Spring Arbor averaged around 221 for the 10 Baker games to propel them into first place and take the lead by 61 pins. They went 11-03 for their Baker 1 totals and 11-28 for their Baker 2 totals. Started out with a 256 and 257 for their first 2 games. So after that 513 from Spring Arbor, they went 200, 247, 226, 232. They had a bit of a drop off, 176, 180, but finished with a nice 245, 212 to finish out with a 22-31 10-game Baker set. So a 223.1 average. Huntington going to finish game 3. It looks like in the 2 teens. Getting a fill ball in here. 214 for Huntington. So another nice solid teen game. Move over to the ladies' side. Staying with WHAC number 2, Lawrence Tech finished second. Shot over 1,000 each of their 3 games, but couldn't break the 1,100 mark in any game. Spring Arbor had one of the 2 1100s throughout the day in game 3. They went 29, 26, 02, 39, 47. Lawrence Tech went 1031, 1059, 1098 in WHAC number 1. They only had 2 games under a 190, but never had a game over 250 and only had 2 games over 230, so just couldn't get that big score on the board. And really the same thing happened in their Bakers. Went 10-20, 10-19, had one 258 game, but really couldn't get anything much more than that. Next highest game was a 216 and ended up taking second place points at 61 pins back. I'm going to post the scoring link in the YouTube chat once again, just in case you may have missed it. I'll post it on there. I know there's a lot of teams streaming on their own right now as well. It looks like, I mean, there's probably about one for every pair. So a lot of people, they can do with what they can without fans allowed in the bowling center today. I know it's been tough on a lot of people, but it's good to see a lot of teams doing what they can for friends and family and maybe other students trying to watch. So staying with WHAC 2, Huntington finished third in WHAC number 1. Huntington finished third. Indiana Tech finished fourth. 183 pins back of first. Huntington was 98 back of first, followed by Madonna rounding out the top 5. As for the singles results on the men's side, Austin Schultz, we see him on our live stream pair right here for Huntington. He's not up, he is the anchor bowler, but he is on Huntington. He led with a 705, the only 700 series throughout WHAC number 1. Went 203, 267, 235 for that 705. Noah Campbell, Anthony Thibodeau, right behind at 694 and 691 respectively, both with Madonna. Michael Weber from Lawrence Tech, a freshman, shot 681, and Travis Marcus and Daniel Brzezinski finished out with the top 5 with a 678. So open frame there from Huntington. So apparently Indiana Tech down there shooting a nice game. Last I heard they had the front 10. Not sure what they finished with, but nice game nonetheless. So most likely they're in the lead as Huntington strikes in the 4th frame there. We'll get over to the girls here. Cleary went open, open, strike, strike, open, strike. And another open. So no spares on the board yet for Cleary this game. Siena Heights, though, putting together a nice game. Spare, spare, double, spare, strike. So we'll see if they can get to 200 this game. We got Austin Schultz, the aforementioned Austin Schultz, first place finisher in WHAC number 1. The anchor doubling up in the 5th frame. Take a look at the women's side after a light 2-pin with the 7 tripped for Huntington. And we'll let you watch the women's pair right now while I pull up some stats for those jamborees. Jamboree number 1 on the women's side, hosted by Indiana Tech and Aquinas, by the way. 2 separate houses for each of these WHACs, if you were not sure on that. So they had some eastern teams, or sorry, they had some northern teams and southern teams at each WHAC, and it was the same 6 to 7 teams in each WHAC. So teams didn't cross over at all for the first 4 WHACs. You saw the same teams each of the 4 times, and today is the first time each team is seeing every single team for a WHAC. Anyways, on the women's side, Huntington led on the women's side. They shot 49-62 for their 30 games. And by 30 games, I mean, or sorry, 25 games. And by 25 games, I mean 15 individual games plus the 10 Bakers. Let's pull up a calculator here. I shouldn't need a calculator, but it's early, and I'm going to use it anyway. 49-62 divided by 25 games. They averaged 198.48 throughout the day. And in reality, they pretty much crushed the field. Next team, Indiana Tech, never had a set over 1,000 for their individual games or their Bakers. And Huntington led the field by 308 pins, or an average of about 12 pins throughout the day. So quite the tournament there from Huntington. They had a 10-22 game 2 and 10-24 game 3. Game 1, they struggled only an 876, but they really never looked back after that. 10-10 in Baker 1 and 10-30 in Baker 2 set. And they were only minus 38 for the day, minus 38 being off a 200 average. Indiana Tech didn't have a set over the 1,000, like I said, but they still had some 900s in there. Only one set below 900 at 886. Lawrence Tech finished in 3rd, 326 pins back, only 18 pins back of Indiana Tech. Spring Arbor and Concordia rounding out the top 5 and 4th and 5th place respectively. So a couple splits here on the women's side, as you see. So if Siena Heights is able to convert here, they can max out for 202. And Clear did not convert, so they can only max out for a 163. After this conversion, we'll move back over to the men's pair. Did not convert, so that maxes them out for 191. Back over to Huntington, they had a little bit of a misstep. Open in the 6th, open in the 7th. And back on pace here with a spare in the 8th. So Huntington still can max out for 193 in game 4 here. Look over to my left of the men's pairs, and I see Cornerstone going on a solid pace, spare in the first, next 4. Doesn't count as turkey trivia, though. Sorry, guys. Not on the live stream. So Huntington with the 10-pin there. Let's take a look at the individual standings for WHAC Jamboree number 1 on the women's side. Paige New from Huntington led the way with a 696, leading by almost 80 pins over second place. 196, 244, 256. Ashley Everett from Madonna in second with a 618. Lakin Edwards followed by Lauren Jackson and Erica Toops. Jackson and Toops both from Bethel with a 593 and 575. And Lakin Edwards from Indiana Tech with a nice 599 series. Cleanup there from Huntington maxes them out at a 182. Move over for the 10th frame here for Siena Heights. And it looks like they'll be able to pick this 10-pin up for a 181. So 180 for Siena Heights. And after this shot, we'll move back over to Huntington to see what they can do in the 10th frame. Schultz comes in a little bit high. Just trips out the 4-pin to just leave the 9. So if he picks it up, they will be in the 170s. Yeah, so Indiana Tech did finish with a 300 down there. I didn't hear anything. So pretty impressive. They're all the way down at the very close to the first pair, so I guess that makes sense why I couldn't hear them with a headset on also. But it looks like Indiana Tech leading the way with a 300 game 1. Not sure what they shot afterwards, but I assume they will lead after Baker set number 1. As I said, Cornerstone. Charlie Tapp walking by. Cornerstone, 9 spare, next 5, 6 miss, strike. So still a solid game up on the board. A little bit of missed up there in the 7th frame. Charlie Tapp, former PBA bowler, current PBA 50 bowler. So Huntington finished with a 170 for their 4th game. So I know they're somewhere around probably that 800 mark for their 4 games. So as each set finishes up, the scores will trickle in, and you'll be able to see them as soon as I see them. Coming up next on 55-56 is Cleary and Cornerstone, and 59 and 60, which we'll switch over to right now. Finish it out there. Will be Aquinas and Huntington. Siena Heights on the board with the strike. We'll see if they can go for a 3-bagger To get some more turkey trivia in here, if you missed the first question, it was what year was the WHAC founded and how many teams made up the original conference? The answer was 1992 and 6 teams. Aquinas, Cornerstone, Concordia, Siena Heights, Spring Arbor, and Shrine, the first 6 teams. Getting word that Concordia shot a nice 254 game in their set. So I know we saw Huntington, a lot of them using urethane down here on 55 and 56. It'll be interesting to see whether teams that come by also use urethane, or it looks like a lot of teams are probably going to go with something reactive. But it'll be interesting to see how 55 and 56 develop compared to other pairs throughout the day. And we're starting to see some women's scores trickle in. Lawrence Tech with a 768 on the women's side, 169, 232, 183, 184, and Aquinas with a 782, 178, 254, 188, 162. Cornerstone 682, 139, 190, 204, 149. And as those scores get tallied up, you guys can check it, and we will check those scores also, and we'll check it out during the second set. Most teams pretty much at the same pace. It looks like the lowest I see anywhere is about the 4th frame. I know a couple teams are finished up. And it looks like it'll be about 50 minutes per set or so. They started actual scoring around 10:10. Don Johnston running scores today. Cody Johnston's grandfather, for anybody wondering out there. Doug Spicer in the house. Good, Doug.
Are you announcing?
I am announcing. I saw you guys shot 254 one game. 254. What'd you see set wise?
853.
853. So solid start. Yeah, good seeing you too, Doug. Good start from Concordia. 853. So around a 213 average for Concordia to start the day. Crossover there from Cleary. So as Cleary and Siena Heights finish up here, it looks like they are going to be the last pair to finish up. We'll get some new teams moving in. Let you stand up, get a pot of coffee going, and we will be back with set number 2, and we will also be back with some scores. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, anything you want. And let everybody know they can watch some WHAC bowling on a Saturday morning. Chase Kaufman here with you. We'll be right back. All right, back in action here at the 2021 WHAC Championships. Currently on 55 and 56 for set number 2. An excited Cornerstone University Golden Eagles team, as well as Cleary University. Cornerstone start out with a spare strike. First frame was a gutter spare, but it doesn't matter. It's the first frame, just like a 9 spare. Who cares? So solid starts from both of them. They have 8 marks so far out of 8 possible frames. And after this spare, we will move it over. So 9 for 9 on marks. Move it over real quick, and we see Aquinas College, and we see Huntington. So, of course, we'll give you some more information on all 4 of these teams on our featured pairs right now. As Aquinas goes strike, spare, strike. And Huntington goes strike, spare, and a strike. And, of course, make sure you're rooting for the turkeys over here, because that means turkey trivia. So let's check out Cornerstone over here. So Cornerstone shot an 8.02 in their first set, finished with a nice 248 game to get just back into plus. They went 184, 205, 165, 248, and they get 3 in a row, which is a turkey, and you know what that means. It's time for some turkey trivia. If I could do a good turkey noise, I'd do it, but I can't, and I'm not even going to try and embarrass myself. So let's see. So let's kind of run off the last trivia question we did. Which current WHAC university was founded the earliest, and in what year? So not like a team in 1992 when the WHAC was formed, but the actual school. So out of all the teams we see here today, which school was founded the earliest? So which current WHAC university was founded the earliest, and in what year? So not 1992 when the WHAC was formed, but the actual school. When was the school formed, the earliest school? Give you a couple minutes to think that over, and even look it up online if you want, because I can't stop you. And there's no prize, so it doesn't matter. So as scores continue to trickle in, we'll get you some updates. It looks like the women's scores are all in, so we'll get to those in just a second. So Cornerstone, after the 3 in a row, goes spare split. Cleary, on the other hand, goes 7 spare strike, or 9 spare strike, rather. And they do get the double. So they can max out for 210, while Cornerstone can max out for a 223. Let's move over to the girls over here. 9 for 9 on marks from both teams. No doubles yet. Cornerstone did not get the first and the 10th. right, so time for that trivia answer. What school or which current WHAC university was founded the earliest and what year? And Joshua, you were close. It is Cleary University, who we see at our men's pair, but it was actually 1883. And that's what I see, at least. Maybe it is 63, but everywhere I look, it's 83, and I'm going with that. So you do get half a point, though, Josh. Good job. All right, so I mentioned we had the girls' scores all in and updated and in order, so let's get to a look at that. Indiana Tech leads the way, 827. They went 205, 217, 222, 183. And you're currently watching second place, Aquinas, 782, 178, 254 the second game, followed by 188 and a 162. So that 254 appears to be the highest of the day so far on the women's side. Nice shot there from Huntington. See if they can take advantage of that with a double. They can max out for 37. Aquinas, on the other hand, after that open, can max out. It appears to be in the 200s now. 221 still. And Huntington does take advantage of that strike with a double in the 7th and 8th. Go over the guys real quick. Let's see, 187 final score for Cleary. And this shot right here will finish out Cornerstone. And this can get them to the 201 with the fill ball. And sent it way out for a 198 final score. In third place on the women's side, Lawrence Tech, 768 minus 32. They went 169, 232, 183, 184. And just so you can follow along with me, if you haven't already or joined on maybe late and don't see the comment, I will pull up the scoring link, copy and paste that into your browser. Now it's pretty long, but it's just a Google Doc, and you'll be able to follow along with everybody else as soon as the scores are entered. In fourth place on the ladies' side, you're also watching them on this pair, is Huntington. 732. They had 3 rough first games, 153, 172, 170, but then finished out strong with a nice 237. And And Huntington looking like they're picking up right where they left off after that 237. Do clean up the 10 pin, and they can still max out for a nice 216 game, which would be definitely a solid game considering first place right now is average at 207. First place plus 27, second minus 18, third minus 32, and fourth minus 68 after 4 games, but obviously still a lot more to go. Lords in fifth. They are 28 back of fourth place. Concordia 682, 50 back of fourth. Cornerstone 665, and they are a little under 70 back. All right, let's take a look at the men's standing, which is currently updated. So as I said, Indiana Tech probably was leading after game 1, or after set 1, and that's because they did shoot a 300 game 2. They went 214, 300, 233, 244. Second place, Lawrence Tech, 199, 236, another 236, 208. They went 879. Concordia, 853, 174, 198, 227, 254. You heard that as Doug Spicer walked by a little earlier ago in the first set. And Siena Heights rounds out the top 4 with an 815, 209, 235, 212, 159. So solid first 3 games and a rough fourth. So an open in the 10th here for Huntington. Finishes them out with a 193. Still not a bad game. Aquinas over here struck in the 8th, spared. Well, they got 8 in the 9th here. Looking to clean up this spare. And they'll be able to max out for a 191. Huntington crosses over, leaves the 10 pin. here on lane 60. Again, they're bowling on medium number 3. Nice spare conversion there. Medium number 3, 42 feet, 28 milliliters of oil, so pretty normal milliliters. And a longer medium shot. Cornerstone went 8:02 their first set, so only 13 pins back. And they're on a decent pace here. Strike, strike, spare strike to start off game number 2 of set 2. And going on down the list, Cleary University, also on the featured pair, 785, so a solid set. They are just 30 pins back. Huntington, 766. They are 49 back. Lords, 729 in 9th. Cornerstone comes up high. Lucky not to split there. So I mentioned earlier that awards were going to be handed out in between qualifying and match play. And just to give you a little bit of an update on what kind of awards you're going to be expecting. Obviously, there's going to be first team and second team for the WHAC Jamborees of the regular season. And the way they choose that is strictly just based off average. That's all there is to it. They bowled 12 games throughout this season. They had a max of 12 games they could bowl, and they had to bowl 67%, 8 out of 12, to qualify for the all-conference teams. First team will involve 5 of the top averages. Second team averages 6 through 10. And then that's obviously the same on both the men's and women's side. And then they'll also be giving out Player of the Year and Newcomer of the Year on both sides. And that's the same thing. Player of the Year, just a high average, as long as you met the minimum requirement, 8 games. And then on the Newcomer of the Year, that's the same way, but it's just got to be your first year in bowling. So you don't necessarily have to be a freshman to win Newcomer of the Year. This just has to be your first year in the sport of WHAC bowling. Most of the time it is a freshman that ends up getting it, but there could be an instance where that is not the case. And you can check those stats on WHAC.net. Click on men's or women's bowling, then click on stats, and you'll be able to see everybody's average, how many games they bowl, their total pinfall, and you can actually figure it out for yourself. I won't spoil anything, though. We'll let the awards show handle that out, and we will be streaming during that period of time as well, so you guys can all follow along with that. So Cornerstone rather, opens and then trips a 4-pin. We will go back over to the women's. And a solid start for Aquinas. Other awards they'll be handing out, a Champions of Character Award. That award is given to one player on each team, both on the men's and women's side. And that's awarded by the coaches. The coaches just pick out who they believe best represents that award, the Champion of Character Award. The WHAC Champions of Character involves 5 core values. That includes integrity, respect, responsibility, sportsmanship, and servant leadership, and are accounted for at each and every school. They have a student athlete orientation program as well as character-driven coaching programs to maintain these 5 core values. That's something the WHAC has always been making sure they put out there for as long as I went to school at Lawrence Tech, and as long as I heard before, and of course they're still following after. So let's check out some women's averages from these two schools, Aquinas and Huntington. On the women's side, let's start with Huntington. Huntington led by Amber Elliott, 195 average for 12 games. Paige New also 12 games, just below at 191. Dayanira Garza, 11 games for a nice 184 average. Kaylee Ioro, 10 games, 180 average. Katie Frazier also just qualified, 9 games at a 182 average. Jessica Frazier, 3 games for a nice 185 average. And Haley Tucker for a 170 average. No doubles yet in this game for Huntington. We'll see if Aquinas can put together a little bit of a string here. Move over to the guys real quick. Cornerstone, after that 9 miss, went strike, split spare next 2, so they can max out for 217. This next one is going to be an important one. Cleary had a double. Goes light for a 2-pin there. Nice shot from Cornerstone there. And they looks like they'll get into the 2 teens. Aquinas did clean up that spare on the women's side. Let's take a look at Aquinas' women's team's average. Leading the way, Michelle Thompson, 182 average. Mackenzie Plichta, I hope I'm pronouncing these names right. There's a lot of names, and if I butcher your name, I do so apologize. Mackenzie averaged a 173 for 12 games. Caitlin Vermelia and Narelle Hickman both at 9 games. Caitlin, 171, Narelle, 162. Nice finish there from Cornerstone. Nice 217. Right now, as you can see, sort of see, Aquinas on a Dutch 200 pace. Strike spare, strike spare, strike. And Huntington, a little bit of a misstep here in game 2 of set 2. Go spare, open, strike, spare. And the graphics in the way. Strike, open, open. And Aquinas finally putting together a double. See if they can capitalize on that. Again, Aquinas in second place currently in the women's division. Back over to Cleary. Spare in the 7th, strike in the 8th. They can max out for 216. And cannot strike in the foundation frame, but let's take a look at what kind of stats we got for both Cornerstone as well as Cleary. High average on Cornerstone. Brendan Gossman. Not Brendan Gossman. That is the wrong school. That's Concordia. High average Vincent Birch, 200.4 for 11 games on the season. So a solid average there. Jonathan Ryan with a 192. Nicholas Slater not far behind, 191 average. Benjamin Sani, 182 average for 10. And Rodrigo Lupercio with a 174 average. For Cleary, Sawyer Pillen, 195 average, 11 games. Alex Lewis, 191 average for 12 games. Zach DeLong, 179. Justin DeBont, 174. Trenton O'Conan, 170. And they did get the first and the 10th there, so they can still max out for 196 with the next 2. Go over to the girls here. A little bit of a misstep. They didn't get the 3-bagger there. They went 9 spare, but then they guttered on the spare. Cornerstone and Cleary still moving pairs. We'll get to them once they start back up. Looks like Huntington can go strike on the fill ball for 163 here. And get 9 for a 162. Huntington, after set 1, they were in 4th, 95 back. Aquinas not able to get the first and the 10th, so they can now max out for a 187 if they clean up the spare here. Over here, Cleary washes out to start. Cornerstone strikes to start. Not really seeing many high scores from where I sit. I can pretty much see 2 pairs to the left of me, 2 pairs to the right. Not seeing anything major, but you never know. I also didn't even know Indiana Tech shot 300 game 2, so maybe don't take my word for that. I do see Indiana Tech this set, though, on the men's side. There to the pair to the left of the men's pair that you're currently watching. Currently looks like they're in the 3rd game of the 2nd set. Spare open. And Lords, who they're bowling with, strike spare, spare. So Aquinas College on the women's side, we'll move over to. They finished in 8th for the regular season. And they're going to shoot a 185 here. 8th in the regular season. A pretty solid start so far for this tournament. They were down just 4. Or sorry, they were not down 4. They were in 2nd on the women's side. They went 782. And they were pretty much consistent for the first couple WHAC Jamborees. Had a couple rough ones. Had a solid WHAC Jamboree number 3, finishing 4th. And then dropped back down for Jamboree number 5 for a total of 27 points. Huntington finished 3rd overall. They went up, down, up, down. They finished 1st in the WHAC, as I mentioned a little bit ago. Then they dropped. They finished 5th in WHAC Jamboree number 2, 2nd in WHAC Jamboree number 3, and they went back down to 5th in Jamboree number 4 to finish 3rd with 58 points, 9 behind 2nd and 10 behind 1st. Nice cleanup for Huntington there. And we'll see how that moves along for both those teams, who are both right in top 4 currently after 4 games. Again, they are bowling 16 games today, 4 sets of 4 games. They'll be moving pairs throughout the house. And they made sure that they're going to be bowling on different pairs the entire time. And they also follow different teams the entire tournament. So I know a lot of tournaments, you'd be following the same team throughout most of the tournament, which was almost unfair in a way. Either way, you might be bowling someone that may be playing a different shot than you, making the lanes transition a little bit differently. So if a team's playing, you know, somewhere around 3rd, 4th arrow for most of the day while you're trying to play 2nd arrow and you got to follow them, it's not as fair as someone trying to follow a team that's playing 2nd arrow while you're playing inside. They're creating a little bit of misroom for you, while a team playing inside while you're trying to play outside is actually creating making it more flat, essentially. So they try to make it as even as possible. You're not following the same team the entire time. Oh, look at Aquinas. They got 2 in a row. One more. And we can throw some trivia out there for you. Oh, crosses over, trips to Brooklyn. And we are going to have some turkey trivia. Let's see what we got on this list. I can't use them all so quickly because I only have a few. But we'll see what we can do. Let's see here. Let's move away from the WHAC trivia. Let's move over to some bowling trivia. There have been 30 televised PBA 300 games. But how many of them were in the title match? So once again, there have been 30 televised PBA 300 games, but how many were in the title match? I'll let you think about that for a little bit. And you might even be able to do some math on that one. So if there's 4 matches in a stepladder, and there's 30 300 games, well, that should give you a decent guess on how many you think might be in the title match. Or maybe I'm just throwing you off. Give you a couple minutes to think about that. Nice shot from Huntington there. Back on track after going spare and then a couple opens. And Aquinas working on the front 4. So the string ends there for Aquinas, but nonetheless still a solid game to be had. Huntington able to catch back up with a double, erase a couple of those marks there if they can. See how many doubles they can get. After this spare try here from Aquinas, we'll move back over to the men's pair. Good conversion. Move back over to the men's where Cleary trips a 4-pin for a double. After a split in the 5th frame, they grab that right back with a double. We'll check out Cornerstone. A lot of pin action, not able to get the 10 out. They did mark it as a double though, but it is not, unless they did get the 10 out. And it looks like it knocked it down, so they're gonna have to add it back up. So while they're waiting over there, we will move back over to the women's. All right, we will get Aquinas shot here, and then I'll hit you back up with that trivia answer. There have been 30 televised PBA 300 games. How many were in the title match? Appears to be a wash out there for Aquinas. Still a makeable. Not a makeable per se, but it is makeable in general. Let's see what they can do with that. Huntington did have 3 in a row. Left a 7-pin there. So they can still get back on track to that 200 pace. That is definitely a solid game if you want to get in cut. That one bounces out the gutter there. So 3rd open of the game early for Huntington there. Nice spare conversion. You know what that deserves? An answer to the trivia question. There have been 30 televised PBA 300 games. How many were in the title match? And I told you might be able to do a little bit of math there. 30 games, 4 games in each stepladder, so maybe you divide those and get 7. Nope, it's actually 3. Just 3 title games with a 300 in them. So as I said, there was 30 televised, but just 3 were in the title game. First one, Bob Benoit in 1988 at the Quaker State Open, January 23rd. 5 years later, Mike Albee at the Wichita Open in 1993. And then the next one, more recent, Tommy Jones in 2020, January 19th at the PBA Hall of Fame Classic, through the third and most recent title game 300. So if you ever see any bowlers today or over the next week, throw them that trivia question. They'll think you're cool stuff. Probably not, but you might as well have some fun with them. Good conversion from Aquinas there, and good double from Huntington there to make up for the open. So a couple nice games over there on 59 and 60. Move back over to the men's pair where we got a couple opens. That 10-pin that fell, they did miss it, and then they also split in the 9th for an open. And Cleary went open, strike open for a 161. So it looks like what could be a couple solid games quickly turned around. And now Cornerstone's going to have to max out here for a 191. Good first one in the 10th there. So Huntington does get the first one. Now they can max out for 203, so after really 4 doubles and 3 opens, they had to work for it, but nonetheless a solid game. And they do get the second, so they can max out for 203 here. And I just realized we were on the men's pair. Move back over real quick. It was a nice shot. You'll have to take my word for it, I promise. Jordan, you are correct. This is Chase Kaufman. How's it going, buddy? Chase Kaufman here with you. I'll be here with you the whole day throughout qualifying. And then as well as the awards show and match play. Nice cleanup from Aquinas there, and they can get into the 220s now. And it looks like Huntington won't get in the 200s, but they will shoot as close as you can to it. 199 for Huntington, a solid game. Cornerstone finished with a 180 on the men's side. So a nice 226 from Aquinas there. So as we did in the first set, we looked at WHAC Jamboree number 1. Let's take a look at WHAC Jamboree, you guessed it, number 2. Start off with the men's teams. You know what? We'll start out with the women's teams results. We started with the men's results last time. We'll start with the women's in this set. And this one was kind of a one-team battle early, and then it's kind of closed off a little bit, and it was pretty much second place all alone, and then the rest. Lawrence Tech on the women's side finished at 52.02 plus 202 for the day. They had 2 games over 1,000. Their second Bakers totaled over 1,000, and they defeated Indiana Tech by over 300 pins, and third place Spring Arbor by over 600 pins. LTU went 1054, 992, 1073 for the individual sets, and then 988 in Baker 1, 1095 in Baker 2. Indiana Tech couldn't get any high scores really for their first 3 games. Went 996, 982, 933, so some pretty solid scores. Just nothing to really boost them up to the couple hundred pins they were down. They went 10-10 and 954 in Bakers. Spring Arbor finished 629 back, but good for a 3rd place finish, followed by Concordia in 4th place, who missed out on 3rd place by just 2 pins. And Huntington rounded out the top 5 at 45-24, 678 pins back. Individually, on the women's side for WHAC number 2, it was led by Victoria Giardina with a solid 715 series, the only 700 throughout the women's side and I believe the men's side as well. Michaela Lancioni from Concordia with a 676 series, high game of the tournament, 290. Jenna Beatty, 672 from Lords. Marissa Carey from Indiana Tech with a 650, and Caroline Holowenko from LTU rounded out the top 5 with a 649 series. Go over to the men's side for WHAC Jamboree number 2. And that one was also won by Lawrence Tech, and that was pretty much a one-man show there. Lawrence Tech won by over 400 pins. And they pretty much, because of game 1 where they shot a 13-16, they went 246, 205, 280, 300, 285. The 300 from freshman Noah Samuels, who delivered a perfect 300 in his first ever collegiate game. They went 13-16, 11-10, 10-75, 10-08 for Bakers, and 10-60 for Baker 2. Went plus 569. For Concordia, they finished second, 436 back. They went 964, 1083, 1156, 984, 946. Indiana Tech rounded out for 3rd place, Spring Arbor in 4th, and Lords finished 5th. And we'll take a look at the individual standings for the men's in WHAC Jamboree number 2, if it ever loads. Working with some public Wi-Fi here, and I'm sure a lot of people are on it, but that's all right. We'll figure it out. Not much going here for Cleary or Cornerstone. Cornerstone does start something up, see if they can add on to that. Move over here real quick, where Huntington went the first 2, and then 8 count. Kind of split in the first. Cleans that spare up. And you'll actually be able to see both lanes of live stream on each one. So right now, you can see 55 and 56 to the left of 59 and 60. There's an empty pair there, and then you'll see 55, 56. That is Cleary and Cornerstone, our other live stream pairs. So if they ever switch back and forth and you want to know what the other's doing, you can still see the lanes at least. Nice shot there from Huntington. So a couple open frames for Aquinas, not a great start. See if they can get something back up there. And that is not what they were looking for. And again, a misstep from Cleary. So Huntington on the one side with the only good game really on these 4 lanes. But Cornerstone trying to make something out of it. So back over to those men's individual results. Michael Weber from Lawrence Tech, freshman, led the way with a 775. So Victoria Giardina 700 was the only one on the women's side. Weber 775. Noah Samuels with that 300 game I mentioned shot 739. Kyle Lewis from Concordia shot 727. Taryn Herzma 722 out of Lawrence Tech, and rounding out the top 5, Brendan Gossman 714. Dylan Bentley also 714 with a nice 268 last game. Corey Riker, Marcus McLean, Corey Hersha, Cody Johnson rounding out the top 10. Michael, I will copy that link to the scores into the YouTube chat for you. Go ahead and copy and paste that into your browser, and that'll pop up the Google Doc, and you'll get the scores just as quickly as everybody else will. That's what's nice about the Google Doc. Everybody can check the scores themselves. They don't have to wait for pictures or texts or emails from everybody else. They can just check that out. And of course, if you'd like, go ahead and hit that like button, hit the share button, share that onto Facebook, Twitter, whatever you'd like. Hello, Sheila and George. Cornerstone, after I said not a lot of good scores in this pair so far, proving me wrong. They want to strike open spare next 5. And guess what, guys? It's turkey time. I know it's 5 in a row, but there's a turkey in there somewhere. We'll go with a nice easy one to finish off set number 2. That'll make it easy. How many sports does the WHAC offer? And I'm combining each sport, men's and women's, as one. So men's and women's bowling, that is one sport, not 2. So go ahead and think about that. See if you can count them on your fingers. And maybe you'll have to grab an extra pair of fingers if you got to count higher than that. But I'll give you a couple minutes to add those up and see if anybody can get that right. Cornerstone went a little high in the foundation frame. Still max out for a solid score, though. Move over back to the women's pair, where Aquinas is catching back up here. Open frame from Huntington. Still can max out for a 211. We'll see if Aquinas can string some along here and catch back up from the first few opens. First couple opens, they did go gutter spare. Cleary finished with a 185 in the men's division. And Cornerstone did split in the 10th there, so not a great leave. You can make it for a 220 and a fill. Gets 2 for a 209. Again, don't forget about that trivia question. How many different sports does the WHAC offer? And I'm including men's and women's bowling as one sport. So that's the same across all the sports. Cornerstone did not convert that split, so they finished with a 209 there. And we'll finish out the rest of these couple games here. All right, time for that trivia question answer. So the question was, how many sports does the WHAC offer? And I will name them all off for you. And I know that baseball and softball, it's up to you whether you want to count that as different sports. I do, just because they're not exactly the same game like bowling is. Men's and women's bowling, exactly the same. Softball, baseball, it's technically different sports. But whether you want to count that as one or two is neither here or there, and I digress. So we got soccer, volleyball, cross country, basketball, hockey, track and field, bowling, wrestling, baseball, softball, tennis, golf, lacrosse, competitive cheer, and competitive dance. And for some reason I didn't even count, but that is 15 sports. So if you guessed 15 sports, you are correct. And if you didn't guess 15 sports, well, that's okay because there's no prize anyways. So Huntington finished out with a 187 that game. And it looks like Aquinas can go spare strike for a 188. So we'll let Aquinas finish this one out. I'll take a short break, and we will be here once everybody moves over to different pairs. On the men's side, we're going to have Cornerstone. No, sorry, we are going to have Aquinas and Lords. And on the women's side, we will have Cornerstone and Spring Arbor. So Chase Kaufman here with you at Imperial Lanes in Clinton Township, Michigan for the 2021 WHAC Championships. Take a break, go grab a bottle of water, pot of coffee, maybe a Little Debbie snack cake, and we will be right back. All right. Welcome back. We are now in set 3 of 4 at the 2021 WHAC Bowling Championships. Lanes 55, 56, 59, and 60 are live stream pairs. And we have some fresh faces on the live stream. Right now you're watching Aquinas and Lords on the men's side. They are already halfway through game 1, as the women's are just getting started. And on the women's side we have Cornerstone and we have Spring Arbor. Spring Arbor with a strong start. Front 2 and make that front 3. So scores are starting to trickle in. We actually already have the men's scores, and I will take a look at that as we get through this first set here. Make that 4 in a row. So Spring Arbor on the women's side. Let's take a look at what kind of stats we can find for them. Leading the way for Spring Arbor, Jamie Byler. 179 average. Again, if I mispronounce these last names, I apologize. Tennille DeYoung, 10 games, 176 average. Clarissa Baldwin, 174 average for 10 games. Those are the only qualified. A lot of bowlers with less than 8 games, which is the minimum amount you need to qualify for awards. Sarah Galloway, 3 games, 176. Morgan Bradley, 171. Kaylee Collier and Faith Cornish, also 171 average. Ashley Alinsky, 164. Emily Vanderberg, 162. And Michaela Schroeder, 160. And Spring Arbor, though, working on front 6. So after this shot, I'm going to go over the men's real quick, just to let you know what they're doing. And streak ends there, though. Solid run, though. So let's take a look at the men's. Nothing too much going on right now. Aquinas went spare next 3, but then they went split spare. Can max out for 209. And then on Lord's side, they kind of did similar. They went strike, open, next 3, open spare. And then a 9 count, as you see the 10-pin standing there. Spring Arbor just avoids the chop. So we do have men's and women's scores already. And of course, I will post that scoring link into the YouTube chat again if you're just getting here. Let's do this. Michael, if this doesn't work, I'm going to send the link in the chat again on YouTube. If not, you can also go to Facebook and look up WHAC Athletics. And on the, I believe it's the first post, I'm going to check again. WHAC Athletics, click on their page, and yes, it is still the first post. It says men's and women's bowling teams in the WHAC conference tournament at Imperial Lanes. If you look at the comments, the only comment, that's also the scoring link, so you can check that out as well. So if the one in the YouTube doesn't work, then that should work at the Facebook link. And that goes for everybody else also, of course. So a nice washout conversion for Spring Arbor. Keeps their solid game intact, still around 260 pace. Misstep on the Greek church for Cornerstone, though. Move back over to the men's. Thomas Gunter here. Can't get the 7 to fall. And now they can pick it up and strike for 194 instead of striking out for 214. And a solid 189 for Aquinas. Nice spare conversion, so they'll get into the 190s. Lords move back over to the ladies. Not a strike, but another spare, and they can max out for 253. Nice shot there from Cornerstone. And while we are on the women's pair, let's take a look at some scores. So Indiana Tech was first after set one. They still maintain their first place, and they've actually increased their lead. They shot 858 that set, 203, 227, 216, 212. Lawrence Tech, the next in line with an 812 series. They shot 178, 217, 202, 215 for a 812. They now sit 105 pins back of first place. Aquinas in third at 779. We saw them on the last pair. They are 124 back. Huntington, we also saw them. They shot 741. They are 212 back of first. But really, back of first is not as important as what we're going to be seeing in back of fourth place. Fifth place, Concordia, they shot 702. They are currently minus 89 pins. Oh, I'm sorry, they are minus 80. I can't do math right now. Yeah, 89 pins, I was right. 89 pins back of fourth place. Cornerstone in sixth. They are, more math here, 114 back. And then you got Spring Arbor in seventh at 120 back. Lords minus 125 back in eighth. So really still some time to catch up. There's still 8 games left to go. We are halfway through qualifying. So solid finish there from Spring Arbor. And Cornerstone, with a strike in the foundation frame, can still finish out with a 211. And they do get the first. So a solid finish here. Take a look at the women's Cornerstones average. We have Lauren Slater, 176 average for 12 games. Chloe Pals, 170 for 12. Christine Douglas, 174 for 11. Lauren McLaughlin, 159 for 11. And then we have a few not qualified through the 8-game minimum. Jenna Walter, Brianna Havlick, Riley Jordan, all around the 150 range. And a nice finish there from Cornerstone. They'll be able to get into the low 210s, 211 with a strike here. But nonetheless, they'll get into the 200s, barring anything major mistake here. No, they'll earn 200s already. 208. Solid game for Cornerstone. Back over to the men's here. So let's take a look at some of the men's averages on our featured pair, Lords and Aquinas for the WHAC. This is just WHAC. I know there's some teams that have bowled other tournaments, and for those kind of averages for every single event they've bowled, I know there's not been a ton of tournaments, but there's some extra. You can go to collegebowling.bowl.com, and you can look up schedules, history, different averages, different tournaments, a lot of stuff to look for on there. Feel free to check that out. And, of course, if you want to follow along these scores with me, I'm trying to post the link in the chat, but apparently it's not going through. My dad said the same thing, that he couldn't see it. But you can go to Facebook, click on WHAC Athletics, their page, and their very first post has a comment, and that is the live scoring link right there. So let's take a look at Lords and Aquinas averages real quick. And then we can get to the men's scoring. So Lords has all 5 people in they're qualified. They all have at least 8 games. Nicholas Riley, 12 games, 188. Jacob Hornstein, 185. Thomas Gunter, 185 as well. Corbin Garris, 178. And Ethan Octon, 166. As for Aquinas, Brandon Foster, 9 games, 194. James Ruoff, 186. Aiden Swinford, 184. Hunter Myers, 177. So let's take a look at these men's scores right now. Still maintaining a first place lead after a 991 first set is Indiana Tech. They followed up that set with an 865. They went 239, 208, 176, 242. Lawrence Tech in second place, a set similar to their first, 196, 212, 223, 240 for an 871. Their first set was 879. They sit 106 pins back of first place. Siena Heights in third. They shot an 834, a nice 253 game one. 176, 214, 191. They are 207 back of first. Concordia 772, 230, 147, 170, 225. They are 231 back of first, and they are 19 ahead of fifth place. In fifth place, we just saw them on the live stream pair, Cornerstone, with an 804. 198, 217, 180, 209. They sit 19 back. Huntington, they sit 35 back. They shot an 824. And Aquinas in seventh place sit 51 back of fourth place. They went 763. And Cleary, we saw them as well. They now sit 111 pins back, and they currently sit in 8th place. After this shot, we'll move over to the ladies pair. Nice shot there. Double up. I know it's tough to see on that lane with 7'5" Charlie Tapp in the way. Move over to the ladies. He's not actually 7'5". I'm just joking. He was tall, though. He's got to be pushing 6'6". All right, Cornerstone, after a nice finish last game, struggling a bit here. They went strike, next 3 opens, and finally came back with a spare there. But nothing that they can't make up like they did last game. Oh, would you look at that. On the men's side, it's tough to see because of the brightness, but Aquinas has 3 in a row. And if you've been here long enough, it's time for some more turkey trivia. Well, I guess I didn't have to switch that. And not a good 10th frame shot there from James. And go spare strike for 199 now. Spring Arbor with a nice double in the foundation frame. So let it get down to another trivia question. Let's have a fun one here. This is one of my favorites. I used this earlier for a different trivia thing. What is the most common college mascot used in the United States? And this includes all divisions, so, you know, Division I, Division II, Division III, NAIA, and anything else I can't think of right now. But it does exclude names with adjectives in front of. So, like, if someone was named, like, for example, Lawrence Tech, Blue Devils, it would just be Devils. Doesn't count. The blue does not incorporate into Devils. So if there's Devils and Blue Devils, there would still just be one Devil. So it does not include anything with adjectives beforehand. So like fighting or something, like Fighting Saints. Doesn't include fighting. So I'll give you a little bit of time to think about that. What is the most common college mascot used in the U.S. in all divisions, conferences in the United States? Look at that. Another turkey. But we just asked a trivia question. Don't want to put too much on you right now. But a nice game from Spring Arbor there. Spring Arbor sitting 197. Oh, that is an older one. Spring Arbor is 206 back of fourth, but a couple nice games here can put them right back in the thick of things. Oh, that is the men's. Having trouble today. Spring Arbor's only 120 back in the women's division. So definitely a couple nice games here and there. Get them right back in the thick of things. Aquinas did convert that 6 spare and strike in the fill, so they shoot 199. Another split here for Cornerstone. And they got some work to do. And Spring Arbor sends that one out, gets to come back, and they are going to be in the 200s once again. 204 if she picks up the spare here. So as we've done the last two sets, we kind of took a dive into WHAC number 1, WHAC Jamboree number 2, and you guessed it, we'll do WHAC Jamboree number 3. So we started with the women's last time, we'll get to the men's. Men's team results, hosted by Cleary and Spring Arbor. Remember, they had it at different houses just to make travel easier on a lot of teams and make less teams in a house. Indiana Tech on top for this one. On the men's side, they went 10-37, 12-14, 9-92 for their individual games in WHAC Jamboree number 3, followed by Baker sets 10-69, 9-95. Not great Baker sets, but they were so far ahead during individual scoring that it really didn't matter. They still ended up winning by 127 pins. Game 2, when they shot 12-14, they went 227, 236, 235, 258, 258. So a really solid second game there at WHAC number 3 for Indiana Tech. Second place, Aquinas, 966, 922, 1057, and then had some really solid Bakers. They went out and shot plus 235 for their 10 games, so they averaged 223, or 233, or 235. No, 223, I'm right. My math is off. I have not bowled in a long time. I apologize. Plus 235 for 10 games is 223.5. Going back to elementary school. Anyways, they finished 127 back of first place. Concordia in third place on WHAC number 3. They were pretty consistent throughout the day. 1018, 990, 1064. Then they went 1023 and 1036 for their Bakers. Lawrence Tech, 1079, 956, 965, 971, and then 1130 for their second Bakers. And they really couldn't get much going throughout the day. They finished 206 back, and Madonna rounded out the top 5. Had a very, very rough first game at 786, and then really did pretty well the next 4 sets. They went 1093 game 2, 1153 game 3, and 1073 and 961 for their Bakers. So other than that first game, they really did pretty well. So let's move over. Well, I guess everybody's now starting in their third game on the women's and men's live stream pairs. Men's individual team results, WHAC number 3. Jacob Balzer, Indiana Tech, leading the way, 729. And Marcus McLean, also Indiana Tech, shot 717. Alex Lewis from Cleary, 681 in third. Michael Weber from Lawrence Tech in fourth, 672. And Andrew Setner and David Smalls rounded out. Andrew Setner, 667 for fifth, and David Smalls for sixth. Dylan Bentley, Brennan Gossman, Corey Riker, and Eric Kurash in the top 10. So now that we got that through, we will take a look at the other ones. And again, time for some turkey trivia answers. So my question was, what is the most common college mascot used in the United States? And this is excluding names with adjectives such as like golden, blue, or flying. And even though it excludes golden, the answer is a team we're watching on these live stream pairs who just struck. The Cornerstone Golden Eagles. The Eagles are the most common college mascot used in the U.S. 76 different colleges around the United States use the nickname Eagles. And that is in first place by quite a bit. Number 2, I'll give you a quick second to think about it. And time's up. Tigers, 46 Tigers. I got a whole list of them. Bulldogs, 40. Panthers, 33. Knights, 32. Lions, 32. Bears, 30. Hawks, 28. Cougars, 27. Pioneers, 28. Warriors, and Wildcats at 27. So Eagles, by quite a wide margin, is the most common college mascot used in the U.S. Hope you guys are having fun with those. So let's take a look at the women's team results for WHAC Jamboree number 3. This one was won by Lawrence Tech. They went 966, 971, 935 for the individual games. And the Bakers, they went 914 and 937. And they ended up winning that WHAC by 110 pins. Second place was Huntington. They were pretty consistent, just like Lawrence Tech, just a little bit less consistent on the second game, and Baker won set. They went 969, 927, 925, 855, 937 at minus 387. So a little bit of a tougher shot at this one for sure. Concordia finished third in WHAC Jamboree number 3. They went they were 122 pins back at first. They shot 46.01. Aquinas, 830, 874, 913, 988, 940. They finished 178 back, and Indiana Tech rounded out the top 5, 199 pins back at first. Only one 1,000 set for that entire side on the women's tournament, which is odd because there's a lot of high 900s still, but only one 1,000 set, and that was from Lords, who finished 8th. They shot 1,000 in game 3. And to wrap up WHAC number 3 on the individual side, Bailey Gibson led that one from Lawrence Tech, 677, 216, 232, 229. Victoria Giardina, 234, 180, 225 for a 639 and a second place finish. Dayanira Garza from Huntington went 613. Christina Douglas from Cornerstone, 611. And Michelle Thompson rounded out the top 5 at 608. Kaylee Johnson, Amber Robertson, Emily Gurin, Michaela Lancioni, and Jenna Beatty also rounded out the top 10. So not much happening here on the guys' side, only one double. Move back over to the women's side. Oh, sorry. Now we're at the women's side. Not much happening on the guys' side. On the women's side, Cornerstone start out with the front 4. And they're doing all right. They went spare strike and single pin spare here. So overall on the women's standings, Spring Arbor finished 6th in the regular season. They had a pretty good start, qualifying 4th and 3rd in Jamborees 1 and 2 respectively. And then took a tumble in Jamboree 3 and 4. They finished 3rd to last and 3rd to last for Jamborees 3 and 4. They finished with 37 points. Cornerstone, on the other hand, they finished, it looks like 7th or 8th in 3 of the 4 Jamborees. They finished with 24 points overall and finished in 9th in the regular season. But Cornerstone looking pretty solid this game. They're only 114 pins back after the 8 games, the first 2 sets. And they're on pace for a solid game here. So they can definitely make them some ground here. day here, see if Cornerstone can finish this one out. They can max out for 257. So they do get the first one, and this will be a nice game for Cornerstone here. Spring Arbor leaves a 10-pin. They'll be in the 180s if they can clean this up. After all 4 sets, they'll probably take a short break, set up for the awards. Don't forget to stay tuned, and we will stream those for you as well. And a misstep from Spring Arbor. They're going to finish the 170. Comes in a little high. Able to triple the 7, just leave the 10, but they'll be in the 240, so really solid game for Cornerstone there. Go back over to the men's side here. Aquinas not doing great. They went open double, spare, open, spare strike. Not able to get that double in the foundation frame either. So there'll be a max 185 if they can spare and strike out. Well, Lords can max out for a 225. Thomas goes high, though. Now they can max out for a 205. So before we get into Game 4, let's talk a little bit about sectionals and what's looking up for that. So as we know, sectionals really isn't supposed to change much differently than it has been the past few years. And what they've done is they've taken the top 80 teams, split them up into 4 different sections, and then they went from there and took the top 4 teams to go to nationals. The 4 sections are pretty much the same as what we've seen for most of the past recent years. There's a section in Texas, that's in Dallas. There's Stardust Bowl in Addison, Illinois, near Chicago, Smyrna in Tennessee, and Stratford in New Jersey. And as far as we know right now, those are going to be the 4 sections where they'll divide 20 teams and divide 80 teams up into those 4 sections at 20 apiece. And let's take a look at some of these rankings on collegebowling.com. I know it's tough because there hasn't been a ton of events really for a lot of bowlers to go and participate at. I know some teams haven't been able to go to as many tournaments as they'd like. They've only bowled, conference tournaments. Some teams have gotten luckier and able to actually bowl more tournaments than others, but there's not a ton of teams this year anyway, so as long as you bowl at least a couple, you should be okay. On the men's side, Lawrence Tech ranked the highest at 10th, Indiana Tech not far behind in 14th, but again, these rankings you got to kind of take them with a grain of salt. There's just not enough tournaments really in there to really describe kind of rankings. But nonetheless, pretty much a lot of teams are still nicely in that top 80, and that's pretty much all you kind of ask for. Be in the top 80, get sent to sectionals, and do your work there. Spring Arbor 23rd, Aquinas 26th, Madonna 29th, Huntington 39th, Concordia 44th, Lords 55th, Cornerstone 59th, and Siena Heights 66th. So those are teams in top 80. That's the men's side. Lords not able to get that second one in the 10th. They'll go in the 170s, as will Aquinas, and we'll move to the girls. On the women's rankings, Lawrence Tech the highest in 5th, Concordia 9th, Huntington 12th, Indiana Tech 18th, Madonna 25th, Lords 40th, Spring Arbor 46th, Aquinas 60th, and Cornerstone just in there at 79th. And Cornerstone, front 4 again, and if they compete like they are right now at sectionals, they got a decent shot. They're bowling pretty well today. Spring Arbor also with a decent start. They went strike open next 3, 9 count. And again, if you want to check out some of those sectionals informations or even past results from sectionals, you can go to bowl.com, and under the tournaments tab, you'll see sectionals information. You can see intercollegiate teams championships or intercollegiate singles championships. As for nationals, we're not seeing anything online just yet. It says May 5th to the 8th, 2021 to be determined. I mean, I don't really know what the plan is there. I believe, can't remember where it's supposed to be at. I know they had a location on there last year. Last year in 2020, it was supposed to be at Spectrum Lanes in Grand Rapids. And I know they had something picked out for 2021, but there's nothing up there right now. So we will see what they plan on doing. They'll probably decide it once they get through sectionals, but who knows? Another national event, the NAIA Nationals, will be still held at 5-Star Lanes in Sterling Heights. That'll be sometime in mid-March, and I believe we're most likely going to live stream that as well, so you'll be able to check that out. And if I stream that one again, I promise I'll have my math skills back down. Lord starting off strong, front 2 on the men's pair. So Cornerstone, after that miss, they go washout there, PBA washout to be exact. Spring Arbor on a solid game. Just one open, but a couple doubles in there, and they can max out for 213. Coming up on the live stream pairs, we'll have Lawrence Tech and Indiana Tech on both pairs. So we'll see some interesting bowling there. Lawrence Tech and Indiana Tech both sitting in the top 2 in both men's and women's divisions currently for this tournament. Again, if you want to follow along with the scorings, I know I've been posting the link into the YouTube chat, but I posted about 3 or 4 times, so I'm not sure why it's not going through, but you can go to Facebook and search up WHAC Athletics. Go to that page, and on the first post, you'll see a comment, and that has the scoring link on that. So you can just click on that as well if you want to look through with me. As soon as the scores are posted, I'll let you know, and you can check it and follow along. Spring Arbor with the 10-pin there, then clean that up and strike for a 202 now. And Cornerstone crosses over and leaves a tough 5-10. So after being able to max out for a pretty good score, they kind of need to pick this one up to be able to get to 200 now. Let's take a look at the men's side after this spare try here. Almost, but now we can max out for a 201. Go over to the men's side, see what we got going on here. Lord's front 4, make that 5. And Aquinas went spare. Crosses over for the Brooklyn for a 3-bagger. And gobble. That's the most turkey sound you're going to get out of me. It's time for turkey trivia. So this is the last one down I have on my paper, and then I'm going to have to look up some more trivia. And it's a pretty straight-up question. What school was most recently added to the WHAC, and in what year? 4 in a row for Aquinas. They really want that trivia. What school was most recently added to the WHAC, and in what year? Give you a couple minutes to think of that, or cheat if you want to, because again, it doesn't matter. 6 in a row for Lords. Let's take a look at how many pins Lords is back, just for scoring's sake. So Lords had a rough second set at 660. They were 729 set 1, so they still sit 236 back, but still at least this game and 4 more games to go. Make it respectable. See if you can at least give yourself an outside chance at squeaking into the top 4. And as bowlers, everybody knows that's pretty much all you ask for when you're on the lanes is, you know, if I'm up there and I have a shot, that's all I ask for. Give me a chance. Being shut out while bowling is not fun, but having a chance while bowling as they cross over for the flat Brooklyn to trip out the 9. As I was saying, having a chance while bowling is probably most fun thing you're going to do while bowling, is having a chance to step up there under pressure and delivering a strike or 3 in a row in the 10th to win the game. I mean, that's pretty much why we bowl, isn't it? So 191 finished out for Cornerstone and a 201 for Spring Arbor. So solid games. And the women are finishing up their third set. And we got some good games going over here on the men's side. Lords now sitting in front 8. While Aquinas goes spare next 4. It looks like Aquinas has some lane troubles right now. So we'll just leave it on this pair, and I don't even need to do any talking for them. They'll let their strikes do the talking. So another crossover there for Aquinas. Ends their streak at 4. Thomas Gunter stepping up to make it 9. And he sends it out, and it does not come back. PBA washout for Lords there. And still a solid game going, but they needed every pin they could get, really. Down 236 after 8 games. So final trivia question of set 3. I said, what school was most recently added to the WHAC and what year? Pretty simple question. And that answer is Cleary in 2018. Rochester men, they are not in the WHAC anymore for bowling, at least not this tournament. See what Aquinas can do here. A little flat. Able to kick out the 7 though, just leave the 10. Nice shot there from Lords. They can max out for a 255 now after that conversion from Thomas. And Aquinas just squeaks out the 10 pin. Aquinas was just 51 back, so every pin they can get is definitely going to matter for them as well. They can max out for 247. I said 255 for a max out on Lords. I'm at 275. They're at 255 currently. Little high, 4 pin for Aquinas. We'll see if Lords can get this second strike in the 10th. And see if they can get in the 270s. Perfect shot into the 270s is Lords. So as they are finishing up, it looks like there's just a couple more pairs on both the women's and men's side to finish up. I'm going to take a short break. I'll let you guys go get a couple drinks, maybe some lunch. It's sitting that time. And then we will be right back for the fourth and final set of qualifying. Chase Kaufman here with you at the 2021 WHAC Championships at Imperial Lanes in Clinton Township. We'll be right back. We are back for set number 4. Like I said, Lawrence Tech, Indiana Tech on both the men's and the women's pairs. And we will see how this moves along. Score should be coming in any minute now. Indiana Tech starts strike, big 4. LTU strike spare, big 4. So we will get into, some of LTU's averages, Indiana Tech's averages on both men's and women's side. Of course, we'll get into WHAC number 4 once again. And then once it gets closer to the 4th game, I'll start giving you some updates, as many as I can based on what I see around the different pairs and who might be able to squeak in and who might be left out of the top 4. Don't forget, after this set, stay tuned. We will stream the awards. Looks like the scores are currently being updated as we speak. And once I get them officially out there, I will read them off to you. Oh, look at this. Don Johnson, right on time. Thank you, sir. All right, so we got the men's here. And since we are on them right now, the women's haven't started their pair yet. Looks like they're still waiting for LTU to move on down to the live stream pair. So here we go. So Indiana Tech, once again, a dominant set, 992, a pin higher than their first set, 57, 231, 256, 248. They are 284 pins ahead of the next team, which is LTU. LTU, pretty consistent, not great on set number 3, 213, 203, 202, 196 for an 814. They sit 284 pins back of first, 164 ahead of 4th. In 3rd, Concordia, they are at 2509. They shot a nice 884. They are 109 ahead of 4th, 339 behind 1st. And then 4th place currently is Huntington, 183, 203, 212, 212. They sit in 4th place, 448 back of 1st. And then we have Siena Heights in 5th. They had a rough set, 713. They are 38 back of 4th. Aquinas 39 back of 4th. Cornerstone 59 back of 4th. And Spring Arbor 95 back of 4th. Next after that would be Lords at minus 175, so they'd have to have quite the miracle. So right now it looks like top 8 are in play. Spring Arbor less than 100 back. And to the left of me, I see Concordia and Spring Arbor. So we will take a look at them while we're watching the live stream as well. Women's just about to get started. So not much going here for LT right now. Strike spare, split, and a 4-pin. As Cody Johnson cleans up that 4-pin. Dylan MacArthur steps up on lane 56 after a double in the 4th and 5th. Dylan just cleans that up. So the girls will get started here in just a minute. Let's look on down a little farther. Spring Arbor, Concordia, almost done with the first game. Nothing too spectacular. It looks like Concordia is going Dutch 200 right now. Spare strike, spare strike, spare strike, spare strike. 7 count. So yes, right now they're Dutch 200 pace. See what else we got going. Spring Arbor. I know they were only 95 out, so they need some good games in there. They went strike open, next 3 open strike spare. So not doing too shabby. As we move along, maybe I'll take a walk down to some other pairs to see how other teams are doing that might be in the hunt. All right, so the girls are now getting underway. A couple 9 counts to start. Let's move it over there real quick. Why not? So the girls' scores are getting updated. I should have score sheets within the next few minutes or so. Again, if you want to look at the scores yourself, go on to Facebook, WHAC Athletics, and look at the first post and check the comment in there. Click that link, and you'll be able to follow the scores right along with me. Chase Kaufman here with you. Having a good time here. It's nice to be in a bowling alley and streaming. Haven't done this in quite a while. Mitchell Ruzinek steps up on the men's lane, strikes. Indiana Tech missed their single pin spare on the men's side. A little high from LTU there. 7 pin. All right, scores are getting tallied in right now, so we'll check that out pretty soon. Spare for, well, a mark, and then a 9 count for LTU. And now it's spare. Indiana Tech with a misstep in the first frame. Let's go over to the men's after this shot real quick. Nice shot there from Tech. Cody Johnson steps up on a double in the 9th, pulls it, able to kick out the 4-9. Can max out for a 203. Unless LTU pulls out something out of their hat, they're probably going to stay in 2nd, 3rd, or 4th. So pretty much as long as they just stay solid, you know, shooting the 200, they should be set. They're 164 ahead of 4th. So a nice clean set will get them in there. Again, 1 seed will play the 4 seed in match play, 2 seed will play the 3 seed. Best 3 out of 5. Not total pinfall, just straight head-to-head match. And then the winners of those matches will take on each other. So Cody can get 4 in a row. Goes a little high again for the 9 pin, so it looks like they'll be in the 190s. Indiana Tech on the women's side gets a double after an open. Cancels that open out. Corey Hersha strikes in the 10th for the 2nd time, so they can get to 182 if they strike. Let's go back over to the women's. 3 spares in a row for LTU, looking to make it 4. .192 final for LTU. Not a bad game, not a great game. Couple splits in there, couple doubles. As Bailey Gibson chops the 3-6-10. And a 181 for Indiana Tech on the men's side. On the women's side, Indiana Tech had crossed out that open with that double, and now they need to pick it up to stay back on track. And only gets 1 there. So a little bit of lost count there. 5 on a double and then 1 on a strike. So a couple of opens in the 4th frame for both Indiana Tech and LTU. And it looks like we're going to have another open frame from LTU on the women's side. 2-8-10 by Victoria Giardina. And ITU back on track, striking the 5th. So let's take a look at some of the averages we got for the women's side between LTU and ITU. Marissa Carey with 12 full games at a 192 average. Brittany Kinney, 11 games, 199 average. Lakin Edwards, Morgan Nunn, both 9 games at 177 average. And then they have a few with less than 8 games. Kayla Bivens, McKenna Lugenbill, 191 apiece. Alexandria Ross, 190. Victoria Smith, 175. And Kylie Carney, 172. So a lot of good averages, as you expect, for a couple top 2 teams. As for LTU, first place by quite a wide margin. Nobody else averaged over 200, but Victoria Giardina averaged 211 for 12 games. 12 pins higher than the next highest woman throughout the entire conference. Lauren Preblich, 181 for 12. Bailey Gibson, 188 for 11. Caroline Halawenko, 192 for 10. And then they had a handful of girls, less than 8 games bowled. Mackenzie Zakaria, a solid 199 for 3 games. Sydney Clark, 165. Carly Glugos, 161. Patrice Morel, 158. And Allison Clark, 147. So 3 in a row there for the Indiana Tech women. And I'm going to let you guys guess what that means. Turkey trivia, that's right. All right, let's check something out. I ran out of questions on my papers, but let's try one of these. Let's try this one. This one's going to be a tough one to figure out. It's either pretty much you know it or you don't. I don't think you'll be able to guess this one. Obviously, AMF, a popular term in bowling. But what does AMF stand for? Simple as that. What does AMF stand for? Indiana Tech leaves the 7-8. And is able to convert it. So a nice clean up there. They can still max out for 214. And then we got LTU still looking for a strike here. They can max out for 199, but still with 3 frames to go. They do clean it up. Let's go over to the guys real quick. As Cody goes through the face to leave the 6, 7, 10 after being on the front 4. So tough there, but that's all right. They're still just, trying to make a respectable finish in the side of the top 4, maintain that number 2 spot. Still a possibility to grab the number 1. But they're going to need some big games here for sure.
Denver, right?
Back over to the girls real quick. They did strike in the 8th, then they split in the 9th. So not a good game right now for LTU. 135 max for 165. Indiana Tech split in the 10th. They shoot 182. And speaking of women's scores, we have scores for the women's division. So maintaining their lead, Indiana Tech, 722, not a great set. Still in first, though. They lead by 114 pins over second place. LTU still in second They are 61 ahead of fourth. They shot a 713. Aquinas, a rough set, 686. They are 15 ahead of fourth. Huntington in fourth at -1. They are 175 back. They're at -168. Spring Arbor, 62 pins behind in fifth, so still a decent margin for only being one spot. Cornerstone 66 back, Lords 138 back, and Concordia 166 back. Then from there, that's pretty much the only possibilities. After that, there's goes over 300 pins, so it looks like top 8 on each men's and women's side is going to be fighting for those 4 spots. So it looks like the girls will be in the 150s on LTU. 154. Move back over to the guys here. LTU went front 4, split, strike. Indiana Tech went split, spare, next 3. And if you want that trivia answer, the question was, AMF stands for what in bowling? The answer is American Machine and Foundry. So I don't know what that means, but that's what it stands for. Anyways, there's your answer. Jake Lukajawa comes in light, can't get the double. So let's go through WHAC Jamboree number 4. You know what, let's go through the men's averages first, and then we'll go through the Jamboree number 4. And then that way for the final game and a half or two, we can just focus on what we got out there and who's might be catching up to the 4 spot in each division. All right, let's start with LTU, because on top is Michael Weber, the freshman. He averaged 225 throughout the season. That is the highest average in the entire WHAC. Cody Johnson not far behind, 209 for 10 games. Taryn Hiersma and Jake Mcjawa both around that 205 mark. And then those are the only 4 qualified with 8 games. Noah Samuels, obviously we saw only bowled that 1 tournament. He shot 739, averaged 246. Javon Webster, 208 for 5. Jaron Karasich, 200. I don't know if I said that right. Mitchell Rusinek, 195 average, and David DeCrue, 189.8. So pretty solid averages all the way around. Indiana Tech, I know they're not too much different. Marcus McLean leads their team with a 216 average for 12. Jacob Balser not far behind, 210 average. Corey Hersha, 10 games, 202. Dawson Meyer, 191 average for 8. Then they got a handful of guys under the 8-game minimum, still with solid averages. Ray Slaughter, 208. Jake Bowden, 205. Tyler DeYoung, 199. Daniel Lank, 193. Anthony Daniels, 189. So a lot of good averages between the 2 teams. Nice spare conversion from Mitch Rusinek there. See what Marcus McLean does. Gets the strike foundation frame. They can max out for 232, while the LTU men can max out for a 231. Nice shot from Taryn there. So Indiana Tech leads by 1. Not that it really matters right now. We'll see what the men do in their first shots of the 10th, and we'll get back to the women. Still in the 3rd frame over there. All right, let's pull up some Jamboree stats for WHAC number 4. Most recent WHAC 2 Saturdays ago. And we will go and start with the women's team results. Corey Hersha not able to get the 1st and the 10th. See if Cody Johnston can get the 1st and the 10th. Comes in high. Once again, I think he's coming high all 4 shots on this lane. He tripped the 4-9, left the 9 and the 10th, and then left the 6, 7, 10, and then went high again. So tough couple games on this lane for Cody as Corey picks up his spare. Over to the woman, and we will go through WHAC number 4. And Marissa Carey leaves that 2-pin. And Indiana Tech led WHAC number 4. They shot 47.81, 226 pins ahead of second place Concordia. Indiana Tech went 8.57 game 1, 10.16, 9.75, and then 9.68 and 9.65 for their Bakers. Concordia tried to come back with a 10.39 game 3 in WHAC Jamboree number 4, but couldn't hold on through the Bakers. They end up missing first place by 2.26. Madonna in third. They missed it by 3.44 behind first place. They went 9.27, 9.30, 9.30, and then some rough Baker games at 8.39 and 8.11. Then Lourdes finished fourth, and rounding out top 5 was Huntington. As for the individual results, we'll check that out. And like I said earlier, I know Lawrence Tech had a rough WHAC Jamboree number 4. And let me get you their scores as well. They finished in 6th. They had a rough first game at 8-10, came back nicely with a 987, but couldn't find anything in Bakers. Didn't have a game over 200 for those Baker sets. Just squeaked out the regular season title by 1 point over Indiana Tech. So they fought to the very end, but they got it done. So let's take a look at the individual scores as we move over. Oh, we're on the woman already. To the women's individual results. Brittany Kinney from Indiana Tech led the way with a 692, over 70 pins higher than second place Victoria Giardina, who shot 619. Caleb Ivins, 612 in third. Jenna Beatty from Lourdes tied for fourth, along with Kayla Thompson from Madonna, both with a 604. Gabriella Van Horn, Caroline Holowenko, Marissa Carey, Amber Elliott, and Ashley Everett round out the top 10. So the men switch lanes. They got 2 games to go. So Huntington, I mentioned they were in 4th place. And they were 38 pins ahead of 5th place. They were somewhere, from what I got, they were somewhere around in the 170s and the 210s for games 1 and 2. While Aquinas, only 39 pins back, went 212, 206. So we definitely got some fighting to do these last couple games. Waving hi to my buddy Joe Alford. All right, let's check out what the women are doing here right now. So LTU can't really seem to get much going here on this right lane. Had a rough first game in the 150s. And they don't have any doubles going yet in game 2 here. Indiana Tech, on the other hand, a pretty solid game. An open in the second, but they came right back and doubled in the 3rd and 4th. And comes in light again with the 2-pin. They can still get into the 200s. Take a look at this shot, and we will move back over to the men. Indiana Tech was working on the front too, and then went 9-pin. Another tough shot from the LTU girls here. I'm not sure what's going on with this lane, but they are not shooting very well so far. Let's go over to the guys here. Also getting word, Cornerstone in 7th place in the men's division. They were only 59 back after 12 games, so with 4 to go, and they went 199, 222, 241. So I thought we were going to have a race between Huntington and Aquinas, just them two, but Corner said, not so fast. They are joining in on the hunt. So we'll take a look at what's going on. Jake Gajawa chops off the 3-6-10. They had a game in the 190s, LTU did, so they should be safely inside the top 4, but kind of got to make it. Still try to stay within that 2 spot. Let's take a look at the men's team results for WHAC Jamboree number 4. Leading WHAC Jamboree number 1 and clinching the regular season title, Lawrence Tech. Had a rough first game, 886, followed back nicely, 985, 1014, and then the Baker sets 1 and 2, 952 and 1122 to win by 154 pins. Indiana Tech in second. They were 154 back in WHAC Jamboree on the men's side. They went 979, 1018, 966, 914, 928. So couldn't get much going in the Bakers there. Only had 3 games over 200 and a few 180s and 170s. Huntington in third. They were 301 back. Aquinas in fourth, 386 back. And Spring Arbor rounded out the top 5, 459 back. As for the standings on the women's side, LTU, as I mentioned earlier, defeated Indiana Tech for the regular season title by just 1 point. And then on the men's side, let me pull it up. I know LTU ended up winning the regular season title over Indiana Tech. LTU finished with 71 points, Indiana Tech 64 points. Indiana Tech on the men's side, double spare next 3. And then on LTU, they went spare, open, strike. We'll go back to the woman real quick. LTU split once again. See if Bailey can make a run at it. And it looks like Indiana Tech gets the second and the 10th. They can go out for 2-0 here. And we'll have 2 games to go on the women's side. Good conversion by Bailey Gibson there. Let's see how far ahead LTU is from 4th. They're only 61 ahead of 4th place, but 5th place is 62 back of 4th place. So they're still sitting in an okay position, but obviously you don't want to make it as close as you can. And that spare is probably going to help out. They can max out for 175. Indiana Tech shoots 205. Good cleanup from Victoria, and they will be in the 160s for this game. 4 in a row for LTU, and I missed it, but it's time for Turkey Trivia. Let's pull up. Let's make this the last trivia question of the day. Let's see what we got. Let's see. All right, we'll do this one. Obviously, most people know that the PBA Tour was broadcast on ABC for quite a while, but what was the final year that the PBA was featured on ABC? Chris Schenkel, all-time great. What year was the final year for bowling on ABC? Wonder if this will make some of you guys feel old out there. LTU, Indiana Tech starting to switch lanes on the women's side. And a couple of decent games going over here for Indiana Tech and LTU on the men's side. Corey Hershey gets the first and the 10th. They can max out for 256. And it's looking like Indiana Tech men will be the leaders on the men's side after 16 games of qualifying, which means they'll be the 1 seed. They get to face the 4 seed. Not only that, they'll be able to have lane choice throughout both matches, the semifinals and the finals. So it doesn't seem like a big advantage, but kind of is, considering they're the best out of 5, and you're getting to pick the lane basically all 5 times. You get to pick the lane to start, and then you know which one you're going to bowl on the next 5 times. So you get to bowl on one of those lanes 3 times rather than 2, which is kind of a big deal very often, especially in tournaments where it's later in the day and the pattern's just fried and you're standing on 40, 45, 50 loft and cap. Being the higher seed is a huge advantage there to be able to pick that left lane to start on and get that extra game on the left lane. Today it's not going to be as much. Players really aren't that deep today, but obviously it's still an advantage to pick which lane you feel more comfortable on. 250s for Indiana Tech. LTU men will be in, looks like the 200s. Nice foundation frame for LTU. Can max out for 223. Spare strike for 03. We will have to see what kind of other scores we can get later on for these other teams. Aquinas, Siena Heights, Huntington, Cornerstone, all of them got a chance. So Tarrant is able to get the first. And they can get to 2 teens if he doesn't strike and 2 20s if he does. Let's go over to the ladies real quick. Nice shot there after an open in the first. I don't have any information on the women's scores in set 4 right now, so I couldn't really tell you much what's going on. To the right of us is Huntington, and it looks like Concordia. Huntington in 4th place right now, Concordia in 8th. Huntington appears to be starting their 3rd game right now. LTU does get the 2nd and the 10th. They'll be in the 220s. That should keep them locked in safely inside the top 4. And another open frame from the Blue Devils there. I don't know exactly. I just said I don't know what kind of scores are going on down on the other pairs, but I know this is a little too close for comfort for right now for the girls, so I know they definitely want to get back on track here. All right, back to that trivia question. Last one for the day. In what year was the final year for bowling on ABC? That year, I see one guess. You're a little late. The answer is 1997. Yes, it's been that long now. They went 1962 to 1997 on ABC. There was a few events, it looks like, on HBO and CBS in the late 70s. And then it switched, and there was a few events on USA Network from 81 to 84. NBC from 84 to 91. ESPN threw a few events in there from 85 to 94. And ABC ended in 1997. Then it moved to CBS for a few years. ESPN took over for a few years, then a year again in 2014. And then CBS Sports took over, and now we are at Fox, which I think they've been doing a pretty decent job. I like the lane graph they have up there the whole time. I also think they promote their bowlers a lot better than ESPN and CBS did as well. So let me take a look at these scores because I believe they are posted now. So if you guys want to check along with me, I know I've said it a few times, WHAC Athletics page on Facebook. Click on the first post and click on the link in that post. So on the men's side, Cornerstone went 197, 222, 241, 222, which means for Huntington to stay within the top 4, unless LTU or Concordia were going to drop out, which it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Huntington would have to shoot 823 to tie, 824 to win. And we know that they were about around minus 20, minus 10 or so after 2 games. So Cornerstone making a run for it. We don't have any scoring updates from Siena Heights or Aquinas yet. All I know is Aquinas went 212, 206 those first couple games. Let's take a look at the women's standings, see if I can get anything there. Nothing yet, and really the only 2 teams I see. Well, Concordia's 166 out. Huntington is the 4 seed. And I haven't seen anything too spectacular from them these last few games, but it hasn't been terrible or anything. As LTU unable to convert that split. Cut back over to the men for a couple frames. Just the men right now are pretty much locked into where they are. It looks like Tech's going to be first, and it looks like unless Concordia or Huntington or anybody else shoots a really nice set, like at least 900, it looks like LTU is going to be the 2nd seed. So we'll watch these guys for a couple more frames, and then we will move over. LTU girls did just strike. They can max out for 200 now. So Concordia getting a little bit of scores from them on the men's side. They went 197, 231, 280. So it's possible Lawrence Tech drops to the 3 seed, which would just mean they lose lane advantage and lane choice. So still a big deal, but it's still pretty close. Concordia was down 65. No, 55. No, 55, I'm right. Keep second guessing myself. But they were down 55, so if Concordia beats them by 56, they'll jump to the 2 spot. So watch this spare, and we'll move back over to the girls. Unless we shouldn't move back over to the girls. LTU just doubled as soon as I took it off them. And so did Indiana Tech. You know, we'll go one more frame and see if they can both strike, and then I'll just keep it on the guys. Maybe it's just bad luck right now. You can see it off to the right. Yep, there's another strike. 3 in a row for LTU. That's definitely much needed. Jinxes aren't a thing. I'm switching it. Watch Cody's shot here first. Comes in a little bit light. Move it over to Indiana Tech. Sends it out. Able to kick out the 10. See if Lauren Preblich can do something. Nice shot, 4 in a row. Gets out the 7. This is definitely a big 4-bagger for LTU right now. They had a couple rough games, their first 2 on the right lane, so if they can get this next one, that'll definitely ease their concerns just a bit. After these couple games get finished up, don't go anywhere. I will read you off the final 4 as soon as I can, and then we'll keep the stream on. I won't talk during the awards show. But we will be streaming that just so you guys can watch along. I know a lot of you guys out there probably want to watch your son or daughter get their awards. So we'll definitely make sure to watch. We'll try to get some NAT sound so you can at least hear the audio from whoever's presenting the awards, but we'll see. If you can't, then I'll just slowly guide you through it, and I won't say much. I'll just kind of say who won what. So LTU couldn't get the second one in the 10th, so they'll be in the 180s. Looks like Indiana Tech will be in the 170s with the spare. Hi, Joe.
How you doing?
All right, Joe. 5 words. How has LTU performed today on the men's side?
5 words.
5 words. They can be a sentence, or it doesn't have to be a sentence.
I'm going to pick 5 separate words.
5 separate words.
Consistent, grind,
Consistent, grind, teamwork,
communicating,
communication,
excellence.
and excellence. Those are 5 words you like to hear. I wish the 5th word would have been mozzarella sticks or something.
That's 2 words, though.
Got me there. Anyways, so LTU in the 180s, 1 game to go. Indiana Tech, 1 game to go as well. Indiana Tech on the men's side did double in the 7th and 8th. 9 count in the 9th. They can max out for around 2 teens. Sydney Clark gets the first one. Fun fact, Sydney Clark has 4 sisters. That's for you, Jason. Nice double there for LTU. And Indiana Tech on the men's side does get the first in the 10th. Nice cleanup from the Indiana Tech woman there. Maybe it was that right lane for the girls, but they seem to be picking it back up on this left lane, that's for sure. Double spare strike. And the Indiana Tech girls, spare strike, 8 count. Indiana Tech finished up with, it looks like they were in the 220s. 214. On the men's side, that is. So scores are starting to slowly trickle in. And I will update you guys as soon as they come in. Spring Arbor, they were in 5th on the women's side. They shot 716, so not a very good set. And they needed to make up, let's see here, 62 pins. So it doesn't look like they'll be making it in there unless Aquinas or Huntington shot in the 640s. Nice shot from Indiana Tech there. And we'll see if LTU girls can go 3 in a row here. They do. So this is definitely going to ease their concerns a little bit. So we have Aquinas' scores, and they shot 749. So Cornerstone passes them from 7th to 6th. Aquinas will not advance. Huntington shot 755. So Cornerstone looks like they will be advancing into that 4 seed. So quite a big jump there from Cornerstone, shooting 882. We're just waiting on Siena Heights scores. Siena Heights would have to shoot somewhere in the 850s, 860s to get into the 4. And I haven't heard anything from them. But who knows? Stranger things have happened. LTU guys finishing up here, still trying to fight out for that 2nd seed. They're at, I'll look over there real quick, spare strike, next 3 spares, next 3 strikes. So again, I know Concordia is almost over plus 100 this set with 3 games to go. I'm not sure what they shot their 4th game. LTU's more around the plus 30s, I believe, somewhere in there. And LTU just squeaks out that spare. And a PBA washout for Cody. And it looks like, I'm not sure, we'll have to figure out what happens to Concordia these last 4 games. So Cody cleaned up that washout, and let's move over to the girls, just because it looks like the guy's going to be locked into second or third, and we really don't know until we get Concordia's scores. We'll move after this shot. They can strike for 223, and that is not a strike. So we'll see if that haunts them. Looking down right now, it looks like Concordia can only max out for a 190. So they might be okay, but we will see. I'm going to switch it over to the girls now. Let's take a look at the women's. Still only Spring Arbor updated. And they shot 716, so they won't jump in. And Bailey. Nice shot. Not really. So 200 for LTU. We'll have to figure out whether that'll be good enough for second or not. Almost another split there for Indiana and Tech, but it looks like they're going to be leading anyways. And a nice shot from Lauren. A really good couple of games here. Good spare from Tech. So don't go anywhere after this. These couple games are over. I'm going to hopefully give you the scores as soon as they're up. I'll probably turn my audio off for now, but I'll give you a holler once scores are all punched in, and you'll be the first to know. So Lauren cannot get the second and the 10th, but a solid game nonetheless for LTU, and that should put them comfortably in the top 4. We'll have to figure out where in the top 4, but they will be in the 230s here. .234 finish for LTU. Indiana Tech can strike out for 84. It looks like they're going to be in the lead anyways. They do get the first. So here's Siena Heights scores. They only shot 756. So Cornerstone jumping from 7th to 4th in the last set with an 882 will be the 4 seed. Still waiting on Lawrence Tech Concordia final scores. Concordia needed to beat Lawrence Tech by, looks like 55 to take over that 2 seed. So we'll see what happens there. .173 for Tech. So once again, we'll still have to wait on these final scores. It's looking like the top 4 are pretty much set in both divisions. It just kind of depends on where the top 2 and 3 are going to kind of fall. So I'm going to turn my mic off for now, and once I get final scores, I will let you guys know. Of course, you can go on the Facebook page on WHAC Athletics, look at the first post, and the comment is in there. You can click on that link to check them yourself as well, or you can just stay here right with me. So don't go anywhere. Take a quick bathroom break if you need to, but we'll be right back. All right, so if you're still here with me, the men's standings are final. I don't want to say official because there could be somebody that goes up and say, hey, we shot 230 or whatever. But right now, Indiana Tech leads as we expected, 37-10. LTU drops to third at 33-78. Concordia does jump them with that nice 280 game. They jump up to second, beat LTU by 10 pins. And Cornerstone rather, shot a nice 882 to jump to the 4 seed. And they will face Indiana Tech, and LTU will be facing Concordia. So waiting for the women's standings to fully update, but it looks like the final 4 are what we figured: Indiana Tech, Lawrence Tech, Aquinas, and Huntington. It just kind of depends on in which order. So the new pairs are going to be on different ones, so we're going to have to move the cameras around a little bit. New semifinal pairs, new championship pairs, they're all going to be built on fresh oil. Just still waiting for some women's scores as they get set up with the award show pretty soon. And then we'll just leave it right here for you, so don't go anywhere. We'll shut off the audio. And again, you can check, here's the women's scores coming in right now. So Aquinas did pass Lawrence Tech on the women's side to get the 2 seed. And Huntington needs 801 to pass LTU for the 3, and they did not get there. So it'll be Indiana Tech the 1, Aquinas 2, LTU 3, and Huntington at 4 are your final standings. Again, if you want to check them out yourself, go to Facebook. You can look on WHAC Athletics homepage, the first post, go to the comment and click that link, and you check the scores yourself. So these awards should probably start in, I don't know, hopefully 10, 15, 20 minutes or so. But we'll leave it on here the whole time. And then once they get started, we'll be right back. So don't go anywhere. Make some lunch or something.
Attention WHAC bowlers, we are going to be starting our awards ceremony here. If you can make your way to lanes 57 and 58. Again, we are going to be starting our awards ceremony here for WHAC bowlers. Please make your way to lanes 57 and 58. The Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference has a strong tradition of academic as well as athletic achievement. It is because of this commitment that we honor the following student athletes as the 2021 WHAC Women's Bowling All-Academic Team for maintaining a cumulative GPA of 3.25. All members of this team must be a junior or above in academic standing and have been in attendance at their school for 1 full year. Due to COVID restrictions, we are going to ask that all academic honors please stay from the front of the awards. You will be getting a certificate from your athletic communications office in the future. Presenting the awards are WHAC Commissioner Rob Miller and WHAC Sport Chair Brian Earl. We'd also like to thank Charles Payne as well. First, Aquinas, Julia Cook, Mackenzie Plitchett, Michelle Thompson, and
So currently they are announcing the all-academic teams.
from Bethel, Ashley Meyer,
So we'll go through the all-academics, all first team, all second team, and then they'll go Player of the Year, Newcomer of the Year, and also Champions of Character Awards.
Kaylee Johnson,
So we will leave this up for you, and we will just let them do the talking themselves.
Clinton, and Chloe Powell. From Huntington, Kendall Collins and Jessica Frazier. From Indiana Tech, Caleb Bivens, Mackenzie Daniel, McKenna Longbill, Alexandria Ross. From Lawrence Tech, Sydney Clark, Bailey Gibson, and Miranda Rumfeld. From Lords, Jenna Beatty, Jimmy McNew, Kira Stevens. From Madonna, Ashley Everett. From Siena Heights, Madeline Marcetti. From Spring Arbor, Clarissa Baldwin, Jamie Bleeler, Morgan Bradley, Tanelli Dijon, and Hannah Irvin. And McKaylee Schroeder. From Dearborn, Amanda Williams. The WHAC is also focused on service to our communities and developing life skills through character-driven athletics. One player from each team is selected by his coach to be a part of the 2021 WHAC Women's Bowling Champions of Character team. These members best represent the 5 core character values of integrity, respect, responsibility, sportsmanship, and servant leadership. From Aquinas, Senior Mackenzie Plitchett. From Bethel, Sophomore Ashley Meyer. From Cleary, Sophomore Ashley Hoskins. From Concordia, Senior Kaylee Johnson. You can please go forward for your awards for the Champions of Character team. From Cornerstone, Junior Chloe Powell. From Huntington, Senior Denaria Garza. From Indiana Tech, Senior Tori Smith. From Lawrence Tech, Senior Victoria Gerardin. From Lords, Freshman Taylor McBride. From Madonna, Freshman Ashley Everett. From Siena Heights, Junior Kendall Heron. From Spring Arbor, Freshman Emily Pepper. And from Dearborn, Sophomore Jessica Ludwig. We also would like to recognize Mike Shockey as our Champions of Character coach for his outstanding display of character during the season. recognize second team all conference from Indiana Tech, senior Marissa Carey. From Madonna, freshman Ashley Everett. From Huntington, freshman Paige New. From Concordia, sophomore Gabriella Van Horn. Second team may come forward as well for your awards. From Lawrence Tech, junior Bailey Gibson. And from Madonna, sophomore Emily Buren. And now your 2021 WHAC First Team All Conference. From Lawrence Tech, senior Victoria Gardenia. Please come forward. Indiana Tech senior Brittany Kinney. Concordia senior Michaela Lancioni. Huntington sophomore Amber Elliott. Lawrence junior Jenna Beatty. And Lawrence Tech freshman Carolina Palowenko. The Women's Bowler of the Year goes to Victoria Gardenia of Lawrence Tech. Please come forward. And then earning Newcomer of the Year is Caroline Halawonko of Lawrence Tech as well. This year's Coach of the Year award goes to Kevin Weems of Lawrence Tech. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in congratulating honorees for a fantastic season of superb effort. Finally, at this time, we would like to honor the 2021 regular season champions. With the captains from Lawrence Tech, please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 WHAC regular season champions, Lawrence Tech. Congratulations to everyone for your success during the unusual season. And now to the men's side. As a reminder, for the all-academic team, please do not come to the front. All other awards, you may come and pick up your award. From Aquinas, Sean Endez. From Bethel, Reed Ellis. From Cleary, Gonzalo Beza. From Cleary, Hunter Brink. From Cleary, Trenton O'Cano. From Concordia, Nick Althouse. From Concordia, Glenn Rose Jr. From Huntington, Keith Atkins. From Huntington, Jordan Herring. From Huntington, Dylan Herring. From Huntington, Lucas Shutt. From Indiana Tech, Jacob Boris. Indiana Tech, Jacob Bowden. Indiana Tech, Wade Collison. Indiana Tech, Tyler DeJean. Indiana Tech, Corey Kershaw. Indiana Tech, Jeffrey Leonard. Indiana Tech, Dawson Mayer. Tech, Dylan MacArthur. Indiana Tech, Jordan Nunn. Indiana Tech, Patrick Schwartz. Indiana Tech, Tim Topp. From Lawrence Tech, Aaron Hursma. From Lawrence Tech, Cody Johnston. From Lawrence Tech, Tyler Knight. From Lawrence Tech, Allard Rowan. From Lawrence Tech, Mitchell Rupski. From Lawrence Tech, Hunter Valve. From Lords, Jacob Hornstein. From Lords, Ali Nasser. From Lords, Nick Riley. From Madonna, Matthew Neff. From Siena Heights, Travis Marcus. From Siena Heights, Shane Rusnick. From Spring Arbor, Dylan Bentley. Spring Arbor, Davey Lauder. From Dearborn, Xavier Bergerow. From Dearborn, Vince Hutton. Dearborn, Spence McCullough. And Dearborn, Chevy Polwick. Here are your championship character team members. From Aquinas, Hunter Myers. You may go up and collect your award. From Bethel, Miles Moser. From Clary, Gonzalo Beza. From Concordia, Brendan Gossman. From Cornerstone, Jonathan Ryan. From Huntington, Heath Atkins. From Indiana Tech, Jacob Bowser. From Lords, Thomas Guttner. From Lawrence Tech, Aaron Hursma. From Madonna, Cole Orway. From Siena Heights, Travis Marcus. From Spring Arbor, Connor Wallace. And Dearborn, Aaron Stubbs. Your championship character coach this year is Charles Kane. Conference from Concordia, Brendan Gossman. From Lawrence Tech, Aaron Hursma. From Lawrence Tech, Jacob Kajawa. From Spring Arbor, Connor Wallace. And from Concordia, Corey Reichert. Here's your 2021 WHAC First Team All-Conference from Lawrence Tech, Michael Weber. From Indiana Tech, Marcus McLean. From Spring Arbor, Dylan Bentley. From Indiana Tech, Jacob Balzer. And Lawrence Tech, Cody Johnson. Bowler of the Year goes to Michael Weber. He's also your newcomer of the year this year.
Guess what day it is?
Your Coach of the Year award goes to John Putty of Lawrence Tech. At this time, we'd like to honor the 2021 regular season champions with the captains of Lawrence Tech. Please come forward. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2021 WHAC regular season champions. Congratulations to everyone for your success during this unusual season.
Thanks, guys.
Here are your top four on the women's side. Indiana Tech is first at 3,130. Aquinas is sitting at second with 3,059. Lawrence Tech at third with 3,033. Huntington at fourth with 2,958. On the men's side, Indiana Tech's at first with 3,710. Concordia at 3,388. That's second. Lawrence Tech's in third with 3,378. And Cornerstone's at fourth with 3,223.
All right, so currently you see Indiana Tech ladies huddled up. Huntington's not too far by them. The Cornerstone Eagles and Indiana Tech are going to start soon. The Concordia and Lawrence Tech, they both had an extra few minutes onto their practice time. Their lanes were down to start. Obviously, I know you see they're pretty far away right now. Unfortunately, we just can't get the camera down too far. There's just the cords just won't allow us to. And if in a perfect world, they would be right in front of us again, but because they had to change pairs, or because they had to skip pairs and leave a pair empty in between, now they're bowling on fresh. So it just kind of takes away from what we can really do with the camera itself. But not to worry, the men's pair isn't too bad. It's right here. This is going to be Cornerstone and Indiana Tech. Pair down from them will be Lawrence Tech and Concordia. I'll do my best to let you know what's going on and who's ahead, who's leading. You can still kind of tell when a shot comes through. So that shot right there that you just saw, looks like on lane 50, that's actually Lawrence Tech's shot. So as we go along, I'll keep you updated on kind of who's on what lane. That way, even if you can't see the bowler, you can at least see the ball go to the pocket. Same thing with the girls' side. So obviously girls are a little bit farther away. But in the championship, at least, we should be okay because the girls will be on 61 and 62, which is literally where our camera's at right now. All we just have to do is pan it to the left. And the same thing for the guys. They'll be on 57, 58, and it won't be a problem to get them shown fairly well once the championship round comes. So we're working with what we can. I know it's a weird time, so we'll see what we can do. So girls are getting underway right now. And Huntington misses a looks like a 6-pin in, or 4-pin rather, in the first frame. Indiana Tech start out with a strike. It is now best 3 out of 5 head-to-head games. Pins don't carry over, just 3 out of 5. Higher seed got to choose what lane they wanted to start on. And that's pretty much it. Bowlers will bowl on the same lane the entire time as normal. But we will see what we got going on. I'll make sure to switch it back and forth too as Huntington goes up and comes in high. It looks like a 6-10. And then you got Cornerstone over here, and they start out with a strike. Indiana Tech did miss the 278 rather. So we're working with what we can. If you hadn't looked at the final scores online, I'll read them to you real quick as Jacob Balzer cleans up his spare. That strike that you saw on the side was Concordia, but they are still in practice right now. They have about a minute left to go. Cornerstone stepping up on one strike. Comes in high. For the men's division, leading was Indiana Tech. They shot 37-10 for a plus 510. Concordia in second at plus 188. Lawrence Tech plus 178. And Cornerstone at plus 23. Huntington ended up going minus 45, so about a 68-pin difference on the guy side. For the ladies, Indiana Tech led at minus 70. Aquinas in second at minus 141. Lawrence Tech dropped to third at minus 167. And Huntington qualified fourth at minus 242. Huntington was about 70, or Cornerstone rather, was about 70 pins behind. So really not too much of a shake-up anywhere on either of the divisions other than Cornerstone jumping from 7th to 4th. And it was pretty, the deficits between 4th and 5th were big enough to where nobody really had to hold their breath. So let's see what we got going on here. Cornerstone did pick up the spare. They are down 10 after Indiana Tech doubled in the third. Go over to the ladies' side. Indiana Tech currently working on a double after going strike split. Make that 3 in a row. No turkey trivia now. We got to focus on bowling. That's right. As Huntington steps up, they went open, spare, spare. And I'll do my best to get some updates from the Lawrence Tech Aquinas match as that moves along. Jacob Belzer goes heavy, leaves the 6-10. LTU Concordia about to get underway on the men's side. Indiana Tech on the women's side left a 10-pin. Jacob Belzer did miss, or not Belzer, their anchor bowler did miss that spare, so they have a 106 in the 5th. So Cornerstone down just 6 now. Nice shot from Jacob to come back. Indiana Tech did miss that 10-pin on the women's side, and they leave a 6-10. We're adjusting the camera just a bit, that way you can at least see their pins. Cornerstone doubles up, jumps back up 4 pins now. Comes in high. We'll move back over to the girls. Indiana Tech currently up a couple marks, but they whiff on another spare, so the door opens a little for Huntington. Cornerstone, 3 in a row. And they are starting to make a move a little bit on Indiana Tech here after Indiana Tech doesn't convert to double. Do convert the spare, though. Huntington on the other end. They do complete their spare. Cornerstone also up right now. Makes it 5 in a row. 4 in a row, rather. Indiana Tech leaves a 10-pin. As Indiana Tech able to kick out the 10-pin, down a few marks now after a 4-bagger by Cornerstone. LTU Concordia starting down on the men's side. It looks like LTU or Concordia has elected to start on the right lane. They go open, strike, split. LTU went strike, strike, split. 5 in a row for Cornerstone now, starting to pull away with this game. Cornerstone holds their own on this one, and it's going to be a split there from Indiana Tech, so it looks like this one is going to go to Cornerstone on the first game. Huntington also opens. Indiana Tech up, it looks like about 30 pins through 6 frames in the women's match. For the LTU and Aquinas match down on the women's end, Aquinas is up 5 after 5. Rather, LTU was up 26 after 5, but LTU opened in the 6th and 7th. Spare conversion from Indiana Tech, and they are still in the lead there. Spare from Cornerstone, and that'll shut out Indiana Tech after game 1. So game 1 goes to Cornerstone in this early upset game. Down on the men's side, LTU strike, strike, split, strike, strike. Concordia open, strike, split, spare, strike. And split spare, I mean in the same frame. Indiana Tech on the ladies' side up 14 after 7. So LTU was actually down 5 after 5, but they did double in the 7th and 8th. Indiana Tech was up 26 after 5, but they opened in the 6th and 7th. A little bit of miscommunication on our scoring helpers today, but that's all right. We're getting through this. Huntington able to get the double. So not far back is Huntington. The door's still open. Indiana Tech also able to get the first and the 10th though. Huntington can max out for a 197, while Indiana Tech can max out for a 186. So this is a definitely needed strike here for Huntington. And she does get it. LTU men, after the double on the 4th and 5th, went spare strike. Concordia working on 3 in a row, trips out the 4-6 though, leaves just the 4. It looks like on the women's side, LTU is going to win game 1 with a 198, as Aquinas is still finishing out their game. And Indiana Tech just went PBA washout, while Huntington looks like it's going to be enough, though. Gets 7. Indiana Tech can max out 174 if she gets all 5 here. So Huntington gonna take game 1 against Indiana Tech. So let's go back to the men's here. Indiana Tech early lead over Cornerstone. Front 3, Cornerstone goes split spare. LTU on the men's side. Just struck in the 9th foundation frame. And Aquinas shot 162 to LTU's 198. Huntington wins game 1, 184 to 175 on the women's side. They're switching lanes. We'll keep it on the guys' side right now. Indiana Tech on 4 in a row, and I'm going to go check to see what the LTU score is. So on the men's side for LTU, LTU had a 162 in the 8th, struck in the 9th, while Concordia is working on a 164 in the 8th and looking to convert a single pin in the 9th. Cody Johnston does not strike in the 10th though, leaves a 2 pin. So it looks like Concordia is just going to have to mark in the 9th and 10th to take game 1. Kyle Lewis does grab the 9th frame spare. Indiana Tech working on front 6 in this Huntington match. Huntington down quite a bit right now. We'll move over to the lady. We'll watch the front 7, I guess. I jinxed it. All right. Oh, sorry. Move over to the ladies' side. Huntington starts out with a double. Indiana Tech goes strike 8 count. On the men's side, Concordia did strike the first ball in the 10th. So now it looks like they're going to need, I believe, 9 pins to win if Cody goes spare strike. Yeah, so if Cody goes strike here, Concordia just needs 9 pins on 2 shots. And Corey Riker does strike, so Concordia will take game 1 over LTU by just a few pins. Huntington front 4 on Indiana Tech now. LTU and Aquinas ladies getting underway in their second game as Indiana Tech goes through the face. It looks like the LTU girls have the front 6 right now.
Okay, 239, 194.
LTU is on the front 6, the woman right now. Huntington on the front 5. So Indiana Tech going to take game 2 on the men's side for sure. They're pacing 279. Sitting in the 10th frame. Front 7 for Lawrence Tech. Concordia down quite a few marks already to start on the women's side. LTU front 8, Huntington front 6. And Indiana Tech, when they went high that last shot, they actually split, so they are down quite a few marks as well.
Yeah, I got them. Cool.
So it looks like LTU woman going to take game 2, barring any major mistake here. Huntington trips out the 4-9 to go for front 6, 7, and LTU down there now has the front 9.
Are you trying to leave it on there? Yeah, I'm you tell by yeah. And then Huntington down front 7.
And Victoria Giardina goes light, but nonetheless, a great game from the LTU girls right there. Front 9, Huntington front 7, crosses over front 8. So it looks like Huntington may take a 2-0 lead over the 1 seed Indiana Tech. LTU men, Concordia men getting started under game 2. And LTU started first 2 strikes. Concordia goes strike 2 pin. So I'll just keep it on the ladies now. See if Huntington can complete. So the Indiana Tech men finished with 277. Now they're just waiting for Cornerstone to finish up. Huntington still not going up to bowl. I wonder if a ball is stuck or something. And now they're about to step up. So Indiana Tech going to take game 2, or Lawrence Tech rather, on the ladies' side. Noah Samuels left a 7-pin after the double in the first couple frames. Strike, strike, 9 spare. To Concordia, strike, 9 spare. Indiana Tech, after 4 in a row on the ladies' side, goes 4 in a row, leaves a 10-pin. So Huntington controls their own destiny in this game. Stays clean, they should be all right. Taryn Heersma over on LTU men's pair strikes. Currently down just 1. Up 9, rather. They doubled in the first 2 frames. Huntington did split.
I don't know. I would have you'd ask the tournament director, my dad or Dale Charles.
Cody Johnston left, looks like a 10-pin. Kyle Lewis cleans up a 10-pin. Concordia, strike, 9 spare, strike, 9 spare. LTU, strike, strike, 9 spare, strike, 9. All right, so it looks like Huntington will take game 2. So let's go over to Cornerstone now. Tough 9-pin there for Cornerstone to start it off. LCU women finished with a 278 to take a 2-0 lead over the 2-seeded Aquinas. Indiana Tech doubles. And Cornerstone cleans up the spare. Indiana Tech for 3 in a row, and they do it. 1-1 in that matchup. Cornerstone answers back, though. Final scores in those women's matchups: Huntington 241, Indiana Tech 201. So they are now down 2-0. Aquinas shot a 148. Both women's matchups 2-0 right now. They are both waiting to start their 3rd game. Down on the men's side, after Concordia went strike, spare, they go next 3. LTU goes double, spare, strike, spare, spare. Indiana Tech with a 10-pin there, stops their string. Four in a row for as Cornerstone picks it back up. Cornerstone now up in the game by 11. LTU did strike in that 7th frame. And it looks like Kyle Lewis may have just left a solid 10-pin off the 4-bagger as Cornerstone goes for the 4-bagger. Couple close matches on the men's side right now. Over on the ladies' side, Indiana Tech missed a single-pin spare. Huntington converted on a single-pin spare. LTU did double up. Gives them an outside shot to take game 2 here and not to fall down 2-0. Kyle Lewis does pick up the 10-pin. See if Cornerstone's got. Comes in high, leaves the 9-pin. Well, there's a 2-10 standing out there for Indiana Tech, so Cornerstone takes a decent pin advantage here. Taryn Heersma makes it 3 in a row. Now we got a close match up there. 1 frame to go. I'm going to go make sure I know exactly the score. So close match in the LTU Concordia. LTU working on 3 in a row. Corey Riker just left a solid 10. And this could go pretty close. Cody can clinch it here with a strike. And he leaves a 10-pin. Cornerstone still staying up there. Once these 2 matches are over, we'll kind of switch back to the ladies. Not much going on right now. Indiana Tech went open, spare, leaves a 10. Huntington goes open, open, strike. And LTU women's still early in that game as well. So currently in the LTU Concordia men's match, Concordia up by 1 pin. Both men have a 10-pin on the lane. So Cody needs to go spare strike, and if Corey goes spare 9, they tie. So Concordia up 1. Cody actually going to go for the 10-pin first before Corey, even though Corey left the 10-pin first. Cody does pick it up, though. We'll see if Cody goes first. Leaves it up to Corey. Corey's actually going for the spare now and cleans it up. So whatever Concordia gets, LT needs to get 1 pin more to at least tie. Down here, Indiana Tech on the men's are currently down what appears to be about 30-some pins. Indiana Tech Cornerstone men's 1-1. Cornerstone, or Concordia rather, LTU. Concordia up 1-0 with this game hanging in the balance. Both ladies matches at 2-0 in favor of Huntington and LTU. Cody gets 9. So that'll force Corey just to get 8 to tie, 9 to win. Corey steps up and delivers. 2-0 Concordia. So 2-0 deficit in 3 of the 4 matches right now. And Concordia, or Cornerstone, just split while Marcus McLean comes up a little bit high, leaves a 9. Final score in the Concordia LTU match, 227-225. See what happens here in the 9th frame with Cornerstone in this weird split. What a conversion. That is not an easy split. So if Marcus picks this up, which I assume he will, because he's a good bowler, and he does, it looks like, stupid graphics on the screen. Get off. Nobody needs to see a plane flying right now. Thank you. Cornerstone maxes for 246. Indiana Tech maxes for just 216. And Cornerstone gets the first, and that will do it. Cornerstone up 2-1 on Indiana Tech. Yeah, Marcus definitely needed that strike in the 9th to at least have a chance. LTU men, Concordia men getting underway, game 3. And we will flip it over to the girls now that those 2 games are out of reach. Huntington, Indiana Tech women's match, not looking great. Couple opens on Indiana Tech's match, but 3 or 4 opens on Huntington's side. Trying to get some LTU women's updates. They're just the farthest one away. Haven't heard much from them. But we will see what's going on. Indiana Tech women, they do clean up the spare. And they're currently up, looks like 3 marks. It looks like Aquinas is going to take game 3 on the ladies' side. LTU had an open and a couple splits through 5 frames, while Aquinas stayed clean through 7. And I think LTU just opened again. So it's looking like it's going to be 2-1 in favor of Lawrence Tech. LTU men, front 4. Concordia went double, and it looks like an 8-pin. Huntington cleans up the spare on the ladies' side, but it's not looking good for them right now. It looks like it's going to be a 2-1 match. Indiana Tech and Cornerstone men getting their 4th game underway. Third game, rather. No. Yeah, 4th game. Cornerstone up 2-1 on Indiana Tech. Concordia up 2-0 on LTU. And second. Taryn Heersma left a single pin spare in the 5th. So we went front 4 spare. Concordia went double, spare, double. And Huntington's going to need a couple doubles on the ladies' side here if they want to get back in this game. They appear to be down by a good 30 pins or so still, even with that strike. They're going to need a double, and they can't have Indiana Tech double at all. Indiana Tech able to roll the 2. And it looks like Indiana Tech will take this game. I'm going to go take a for sure look at Indiana Tech Huntington just to make sure, and I will be right back. So currently Huntington would need to strike out for 171. And they don't get that anyway. So Indiana Tech is going to take game 3 and be down 2-1 headed into the 4th. So those games, as they're getting finished up, we'll go over to the guys. Cornerstone went strike, spare, 7 miss on a split, strike. Indiana Tech went strike, strike, 9 spare. Concordia, LTU. LTU just split in the 7th. But Noah Samuels comes back with a strike. Concordia went strike, strike, 9 spare, strike, strike, 9 spare. Indiana Tech taking a pretty big lead right now on Cornerstone. They are currently up 35 pins if Cornerstone converts this spare, which he does. So three and a half marks to make up already for Cornerstone. Cody steps up and doubles. Big double for LTU. Indiana Tech smacks out the 9-pin and increases their lead. Concordia comes back with a double of their own now. Girls match is still waiting to get underway. It looks like LTU and Aquinas are in, appears the 2nd or 3rd frame right now, so we'll get to them in a little bit. It's nice that once one team ends, the other one's starting to finish. And Taryn Heersman leaves a 4-pin. Oh, it's the 4-9. Wow. That looks like that could do it. That is a tough break there. So it looks like LTU is going to get swept on the men's side, 3-0. And Kyle Lewis steps up with a strike, and that will do it. Concordia going to take that match over LTU 3-0 and end LTU's reign of WHAC championships at 4 in a row. So it's looking like Indiana Tech's going to take this men's game. Yeah, Cornerstone is down quite a bit. Indiana Tech with a strike there, 279 pace. So we will head over to the women's pairs. And let's see what we got going down there. I'm going to go check out LTU's pair. They appear to be in the 4th or 5th frame, and I'll be right back. through 5 frames. The LTU woman down 15 pins after Aquinas just converted a spare. Indiana Tech, Huntington in the 3rd frame. Huntington strike, spare, strike. Indiana Tech split double. Huntington comes up with a big double. Keeps their lead at 1 pin right now through 3.5. Cornerstone just finishing out this game, trying to find a different shot, different look maybe. And that game, or that match, will go into game 5. Huntington comes in light, not able to trip the 2 after Indiana Tech goes for the 3-bagger. Indiana Tech with the 4-bagger. Huntington cleans up the 2-pin, but they are now down by 20 pins. Cornerstone match still finishing up their 4th game. Indiana Tech went 279. Indiana Tech 279. Cornerstone looks like they're maxed out for 189 right now. Once again, don't go anywhere. We'll have the championship matches for you right after this. Huntington washes out. Door is wide open for Indiana Tech. Well, actually, the door is able to be shut by Indiana Tech, if you want to put it that way. Indiana Tech does go through the face, though. So the door is still open now. Cornerstone throwing their last ball of the game, and it'll be 2-2. 279, 189 the final there. And it sounded like LTU had a 3-bagger going, but a 10-pin left them short. So LTU coming back in that game. Could clinch this match right in this game. If not, they'll be headed to game 5. Best words in sports, game 7. Best words in bowling, game 5. So Huntington opens while Indiana Tech spares. So Indiana Tech up a few marks now.
What's the final? 57, 58?
LTU women's, after that spare by Victoria, they could strike for a 192 in the fill, and through 7 frames, Aquinas could strike out for 206. And it looks like Victoria did strike. So I'm going to go down there real quick, see what's going on, and see what happens in these last couple frames. I'll be right back. So LTU did shoot 192. Aquinas needed to strike out at shoot 206. They did not double. So they will only be able to max out for a 186. So LTU will move on in that match, winning 3 games to 1. So just a couple matches left. Cornerstone, Indiana Tech. Cornerstone leaves a light 2-pin. Indiana Tech went strike, strike, 9 spare. Cornerstone went 9 spare, strike 9. After that spare from Huntington right there, they opened before that spare, they opened twice. Indiana Tech still clean ever since the first frame. So it's looking like game 4 is going to go to Indiana Tech, and they will go to game 5. So let's travel over to game 5 for Indiana Tech and Cornerstone. Tech goes high, able to kick out the 4-pin. Double, 9 spare double to start. Cornerstone finds himself down early. Currently down 9 pins. It's a big strike, but the next one will be bigger. Doubles are huge right now. So it looks like in the women's Indiana Tech match, they went 171 in the 8th, strike in the 9th, and they left looks like a 4-pin or something in the 10th. So all she needs to do is pick it up and get a couple pins, and Huntington needs to strike out. So it's looking like Indiana Tech's game there, but we will see what happens. She does convert the spare, so she just needs 3 or 4 to shut out Huntington there. Tough lead for Cornerstone there. That's a very, very unfortunate tough leave. Could have doubled. Now Indiana Tech leaves a semi-flat 10-pin, but they're on 3 in a row, so they're still up a good amount off Cornerstone. That's definitely a tough one there. Indiana Tech did get enough pin count, and Cornerstone misses a 7-pin. That is a big drop there. They are now down 40 pins through 5 frames. Indiana Tech currently a couple frames ahead, but Cornerstone's going to need to close to strike out. Nice shot to keep them in the match right now. Game 5 not just yet underway for the ladies' side. Cornerstone staying alive here. A much-needed double. They're going to have to double, and Indiana Tech is going to have to not double if Cornerstone wants a chance to win here. Right now, Indiana Tech they're throwing too many good shots right now. There's a couple 270 games, and that definitely changes things there. The big 4 for Marcus. Still about an even match. Cornerstone still needs to start doubling, though. Yeah, just came up a little bit light. Never got the right roll on it. So, and Marcus gets 1, and that'll give them 192 in the 9th. We'll see what Cornerstone does here if they pick this up or not. Still needs to make this spare for sure. Good spare. So Cornerstone maxes out now for a 215, while Indiana Tech maxes out for a 222. So unless Indiana Tech opens here, they need this strike. Cornerstone does. Cornerstone needs a double here in the 9th and 10th. Huntington, Indiana Tech woman just getting underway. Great shot from Corey. Still needs this one to shut him out. But if he doesn't get this one, then Cornerstone can go strike, strike, strike 8 if Corey maxes out a spare here. But again, this strike is a necessity. Yeah, you could tell he pulled that right when he threw it, and that had no chance even going Brooklyn. Flat Brooklyn, and Corey is just going to need 3 pins on 2 shots here, so it looks like Indiana Tech stave off elimination here and move on to the championship 3-2. So we will turn it over to the Indiana Tech and Huntington match once we get this confirmation shot right here. And that'll do it. Indiana Tech moves on 3-2. And we will move over to Indiana Tech Huntington now. So far, Indiana Tech strikes spare. Huntington went split, and they're up now. And they split once again. So not a great start for Huntington. So Huntington goes split, split, strike. Indiana Tech goes strike, spare, strike.
Didn't we come to that conclusion? We talked about that? We talked about it in the meeting, trial. I missed that.
So Huntington down 22 pins early. Indiana Tech doubles in 3rd and 4th. Huntington definitely going to have to get some doubles on the board here. Already down 3 marks now. And that looks like a 9 pin there. And Indiana Tech with 3 in a row. Huntington does clean it up, but they are currently down quite a few marks right now. Currently down 42 pins right now with just 5 frames to go. Indiana Tech puts another 10 pins on to that deficit. So it's looking like Indiana Tech is going to take this game. Huntington doesn't strike again. Indiana Tech did split, but it's Huntington wants to win. They're going to need a few more of those, and they're going to need a few doubles, that's for sure. Huntington does strike there, still down quite a few marks. 155 in the 7th right now for Tech. And a 10 pin for Tech still leaves the door somewhat open, but they're going to have to start doubling. Right now, I think the max out score for Huntington looks to be 226. Indiana Tech, more than 226, and Huntington cannot convert on the strike for the double. So it's looking like Indiana Tech is going to move on after being down 2-0 to start the match. And Huntington did not convert on the spare, so that's pretty much going to be it for them. I'm going to take a little bit of break. Indiana Tech, Concordia going to bowl here on 57-58. We got the camera set up for that one. And then we're going to get the camera set up for LTU and Indiana Tech on 61 and 62. So you'll be able to see each shot this time for sure. And we will be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back here. The guys are still finishing up a couple more practice balls, but the girls are getting started. So this is for score right now. LTU just defeated Aquinas 3-0. 3-1 rather. And Indiana Tech came back from down 2-0 to win 3-2. And Sydney Clark starts off 6-3 while Indiana Tech's working on the 3-6. Looks like the guys have about 1 or 2 shots left to go. Once again, best 3 out of 5 for both matches. Indiana Tech got to decide, well, both Indiana Tech men and women got to decide which lane they want to start on. The women decided to start on the right lane, and they will switch lanes after every game.
Perfect timing. I don't want to ask for more time.
And it looks like a split here from LTU. It'll go good old 2-4-8-10. Take a look at how the women fare throughout the day. LTU, high set of the day, 8-12. High game, 234. Low game, 154. Both those games were in the last set, where they shot 740. Ended up qualifying third, finished 75 ahead of fourth, and 97 back of first, and 26 back of second place. They had second place before they went into the last set. We had a couple of rough games, but finished strong with the 234 to maintain their spot in the top 4 and even in third place. Not a great start here. See if Lauren Preblich can do something here. And leaves a little bit of a flat 10. Guys are now just getting started here. Move it over, and you see Concordia starts off with a split of their own. I'll be able to move back and forth throughout each shot, most likely, in this one. So there's not 2 matches to watch, just 1. Well, 2 matches on each division. Just 1 match in each division now. Lauren Preblich looking to pick up the 10-pin. And she does not get it. Rough start for LTU here. Go over here. Jacob Belzer started off the strike. And that is an impressive 1 count there. That's basically a 2 count on a fresh rack. So, all right, interesting. Oops. Oh, well. Marcus goes high. And Bailey splits. It's not looking great right now for LTU. This is the close to the pair they struggled on at the end of the last set. So we'll see what's going on here. Glenn Rose picks him back up after the split to start. And Indiana Tech cleans up their spare. And a cleanup there from Tyler DeYoung. And Bailey misses all of them. So 4 open frames to start for the LTU girls. Let's go over here. See if Concordia can double. And they do. Double cancels out that first open frame as Indiana Tech crosses over. Leaves the 5-pin. Still up. Dawson Meyer goes high. Kyle Lewis stepping up here for Concordia. Dawson's going to pick up the spare first. And he converts. Indiana Tech just cleaned up the 5-pin. And Kyle Lewis makes it a 3-bagger for Concordia. Takes the lead now, up by 10. See if Sydney Clark can double up. Marcus McLean strikes in the 4th, still down 10. Marissa Carey in for the strike. Looks like she fell off the shot, but she converted it nicely. Corey Reichard gets one out, comes back 4-bagger. Now up 20. Sydney Clark will clean it. Corey Hersha comes in light, leaves the 2-8 sleeper. On the men's side, Concordia had their best set in the 3rd set, went 199, 238, 2 under 247, but jumped all the way up to 2nd place with a 280 in their 4th set. That was their high game of the day. They also had a 147 as their low game in the 2nd set when they shot 772. And now another split for LTU. This game has run away from LTU pretty quickly here. Indiana Tech looking to jump on it early and take the 1-0 lead. Concordia cleans it up. Jacob Belzer gets them all down. So LTU girls behind quite a bit right now. Glenn Rose gets away from the washout. Dawson Meyer steps up, see if he can double and take some of those spins back. Spare right there. Dawson Meyer just tripped out the strike. And Lauren Preblich also strikes. Glenn Rose to convert, and he does just that. Concordia up 6 pins right now. However, Indiana Tech working on a double. Ooh, tough shot. Good shot from LTU there, Bailey. That was a big strike there. Or non-strike, I should say. Ooh. Able to just leave the lefty 3-6-9-10. I don't want to think of those pins right now. Dawson able to convert. Still a close match here, especially after that trip split right there. See if we can convert on the spare here. Indiana Tech was able to double. Concordia misses the spare. Marsh McLean steps up and comes up way light. Doesn't even hit head pin. So the door is still open for either team right now in this match. Let's go over to LTU. It's looking like it's pretty much over here, even with that 3-bagger. Nice shot from Kyle there. So we'll keep it here. Indiana Tech's going to take game 1 from Lawrence Tech. And McLean not able to convert the washout. So Indiana Tech can max out 201, but Concordia can get this strike, Corey Reichert, right now to shut them out. Oh my goodness. You could tell that kind of just hung on the gutter the entire way. I just did not want to come back. So this will be interesting here. If Corey can get 3 out of this, he'll be at 184, which would force Indiana Tech just to mark. So we'll see what Corey does right here. He does strike, so now he's going to have to go for the spare. Otherwise, Corey can just get count. Both are Corey. Corey, as in Corey Hersha, can just get count. So definitely needs to go for it. So not going to do it. So Indiana Tech is going to take game 1 on both the men's and women's side. LTU women finished with a 157. While Indiana Tech finished with a 222. All right, so Indiana Tech takes game 1, 190 to 184. 1-0 Indiana Tech in both matches. Go over to the girls while the guys switch pairs. Indiana Tech starts out with a strike. Indiana Tech women started out with an 827, had their highest set after that with an 858, which included their highest game of 227. Nice shot from Sydney there, both starting out with a strike. Then Indiana Tech kind of slowed down with a 722, 723. And they finished up with a 31-30 high game of the day, 227, low game 162. Indiana Tech starting out with the double. Jacob Balzer starting out on the left lane for Tech. Nice shot. And a flat 8-10 for LTU there. And a solid shot there from Brendan, but can't get much out of it. Whoops. Double there for Tyler. Indiana Tech on the women's side, 3 in a row. Brendan picks it up. Three in a row. Dawson Meyer. Let's see if Indiana Tech on the women's side can make it 4 in a row. And they can, somehow. 4-7 over here for Glen Rose and Concordia. And a 9-pin for Lauren on LTU. So some commanding leads early for both Indiana Tech teams. Marks with a nice shot, front 4. Bring it back over to the Indiana Tech woman. Light 10-pin. So Concordia, spare, Indiana Tech men. Front 4, Corey Hersha. makes it 5. Commanding leads for Tech teams right now. Let's see if Bailey Gibbs can stop it a little bit. Gets the first. They're going to need some doubles to start catching back up. Here's Concordia. And let's see if they can stop a little bit of the bleeding. Patrick Good is good, Joe. Indiana Tech, another strike. What's new? Same for the men, front 6. Let's go back over to the LTU woman. Nice double to keep themselves in the game. Still semi-early, just through the 6th frame. Over to Kyle Lewis. Trying to get a double on the board. Game's not out of reach for Concordia. They just need to get some doubles in here, and that's not going to help. Indiana Tech doubles, but on the men's side, Tyler DeYoung, 2-8-10. They keep bowling at the same time, and I can't just go to one person. But we will go over here since she's up first, trying to make it 3 in a row. And sends it way out, and not going to leave the 10 pin there, but not a good leave. Spare from Kyle. Every strike's going to matter here for Concordia if they want to come back this game. Door's still a little bit open after that split from Indiana Tech. Concordia and Indiana Tech bowling at the same exact time here. Corey sends it out, 2-8-10. Indiana Tech strikes. That looked very similar to Corey's last shot in the 10th frame of the last game. Just kind of let it hang the gutter a little bit too long. Sent the break point out a little bit too far. 2 2-8-10s on the same pair. Sydney Clark just picked up the spare. And they subbed in a lefty, Tech did, to go for the spare. Couldn't convert. Solid try nonetheless. And we will go back over to the ITU woman. See if they can finish out for a nice game. Sends it out a little bit. And another, almost a 2-10. Just a 2-pin though. Beautiful shot, solid 10. Another 2-pin. Corey Reichert only able to get the 8 out of that rack. So it's looking like we're going to have a couple 2-0 leads here early by both Indiana Tech teams right now, unless one of the Concordia or LTU women teams can start to get some doubles on the board. Oh, a miss there from Indiana Tech, but a make from the women's side. So it looks like ITU women are going to take game 2. A nice shot there. Still not totally out of it. And LTU did pick up the spare. Nice shot from Indiana Tech, though, on the men's side. And that'll pretty much do it for the Indiana Tech women in game 2. So they're going to head into game 3 with a 2-0 lead. This one's still not totally out of reach. Crossover for Glen Rose. So Indiana Tech women did shut out the LTU women for game 2. So we'll keep it here for the rest of the game until game 3 starts up. Big double there from Corey. So Corey can strike out for 244. While Patrick can strike out for 233, well, Concordia in general gets it in a little bit. For us, is over. So it's not over. Corey can go 9 spare to shoot 233. And Concordia can strike out for 233, so Corey can finish this one off with a strike right here. If not, then Concordia will have their chance to catch back up. And that will do it. Both Indiana Tech teams will be ahead 2-0. Kyle sends it way out. Another two. We've seen a lot of 2-pins in these matches. Got to keep that break point in. But that's the interesting part. We've seen a lot of 2-pins and a few 2-10s, 2-8-10s, which means if someone's ahead in the game, a couple 2-8-10s, that'll definitely flip a game around. So definitely not out of it until it's over. 244 for the Indiana Tech men. 258 for the Indiana Tech woman. There's another 2-pin. All right, we will head over to whoever starts next. So a couple teams need 3 wins in a row if they want to take the WHAC championship. Concordia is fighting for an automatic bid to the NAIA berth, as well as Indiana Tech. Indiana Tech probably more likely to get the at-large berth. So it's not as important to them, but obviously both teams like the automatic bid. The LTU women already got their automatic bid from being in the WHAC, winning the WHAC regular season. Indiana Tech was the runner-up in the regular season, so whether they win here, lose here, they'll have an automatic bid either way, because if LTU wins, they'll get the automatic bid from finishing runner-up in regular season and this championship. So Indiana Tech has also earned themselves an NAIA bid. All right, we'll head over to the ladies. Jacob Balzer, if you see it on the left there, starts off with a strike. Indiana Tech on the women's side also started with a strike. Sydney Clark starts it out with a strike. Keep it right here as Indiana Tech looks to double up. Tyler DeYoung able to get the swisher to fall. And Indiana Tech on the ladies' side cannot. Brennan Gossman starts out with a strike. 4 strikes to start out in these games. Nice shot there from LTU. Double up. And a nice shot from Dawson. Front 3, Indiana Tech. Concordia, Glen Rose looking for the first 2. Throws it way out and didn't have a chance. Let's go back over here. Marcus pulls it, logs a 4-pin. Let's go back over to Indiana Tech real quick. A little bit of a closer match here. Comes in high. And men also coming high. Patrick Good Jr. Nice shot. Nice spare from Lauren there. Keep them in the game. Up 9 pins. Indiana Tech looking for a spare ball on the men's side. Bailey Gibson steps up, delivers. Kyle Lewis picks up a double. 2 Indiana Tech bowlers at the same time. Indiana Tech women go high. Corey picks up his spare. Let's look at this shot real quick. Oh, PBA washout. We've seen a lot of balls just sent out to that out-of-bounds area. Corey Reichard keeping them in line. Up 1. Well, max out up 1. Right now they're still down technically. Nice shot from Jacob. Spare from Indiana Tech women. We'll see if Concordia can continue this string here. As Victoria Giardini, you can see that PBA washed out to the side. Only gets 3. Keep it here, and then we will move it over. Strike there. Strike there. They do them in duos. Head back over to Concordia. Looking for 5 in a row. Beautiful shot, gets the 7 to fall late. They are making this a match. Sydney Clark steps up after an open. It's a tough shot. Back over to Indiana Tech. Kicks out the 9 pin, stays on 279 pace. Indiana Tech men max out for 79. Concordia men 280. Back over to the Indiana Tech women. Comes in high, 3-6-10. Let's go back over to Concordia. See if they can continue the string. Pulls it a bit, crosses over, rolls out the 8. What a big shot when they're maxing out for 280, 279. That is a huge swing. And a log 10 for Marcus. What a fun match we got going on right now. What a match. So right now, max out 280 for Concordia, 279 for Indiana Tech. Indiana Tech women looking to clean up the 3-6-10. They keep bowling at the same time. I can't show them both. Lewis comes in high, 4-9. Oh my goodness. And Corey Hersha can shut him out right here and finish it off. Indiana Tech did chop that spare. And there is that dreaded 210 we talked about earlier in the match. We've seen so many of them already in the short 2-game period. Let's see if Corey can clinch it. And almost left the 4-9, almost tripped out the 9. So he just needs to pick this up, I believe, and get count. Let's see what Kyle can do here. Gives it a run! What a spare! That opens the door right back open. And open for the LTU ladies. So right now, Corey can pick this up, get 10, and force Corey Reichard to get the next 3 to tie. Corey cleans it up. Just barely. Indiana Tech. Woo, another just barely makes the single pin. Lawrence sends it out. Perfect shot. Let's go back to Corey. Oh my goodness. And that is a tough shot. That will do it. Solid 7-pin. And that is over. Doesn't even have to stay behind the foul line. 248, 247 would be the max if he even gutters. And that is a tough leave there for Concordia. And Indiana Tech men will take the 2021 WHAC Championship. Let's pull it back over to the ladies. Oh my goodness. I mean, we've just seen so many shots just go to the out-of-bound area. And the door is just swinging open both ways. It's a push and pull door. You can do either one in this match right now. Indiana Tech with the 7-pin. So Indiana Tech men take the match 3-0. Some tough shots, man. I mean, but that was a heck of a last game. Bailey not able to convert the washout. Still, it looks like Indiana Tech is now up 5. LTU a frame ahead. But if Indiana Tech goes spare strike, 20 pins a frame, they're up 5, so. And a nice conversion there.
Denver, are they handing out the trophy for the tournament, or?
10-pin there for Victoria. So if she picks it up and strikes, they'll max out for a 167, which would force Indiana Tech just to go mark, good count. Beautiful shot. Victoria needs to pick this up to force Indiana Tech to mark. She does get it. Strike here from Marissa will clinch it and will give both titles over to Indiana Tech. Sent that out, just leaves a 2-pin. And like I said earlier, man, the game's not over till it's over. That could have been a 210. So all 10 will give them 167, which won't mean a ton here. But it does still help. So now it's just going to need a mark from Marissa, and it looks like just a few pins. And that will do it. 165 for the LTU ladies, and Marissa Carey will need 4 pins on this shot to clinch the 2021 WHAC Conference Championship title. I mean, some great matches, even though it's looking like it's going to be 3-0, 3-0. Really can't ask for much better matches between the two. And that'll do it. So Indiana Tech, both the men and women, sweep the 2021 WHAC Conference Championships. So the LTU men and women take the regular season title, and Indiana Tech takes the WHAC Championship tournament title. I mean, that was some pretty great bowling, even though those are 3-0 matches there. I obviously want to thank you all for watching. Thank you. Chase Kaufman here with you alongside Denver Rocon, our producer. And that is all we have for you today. Stay tuned. We're going to be streaming the NAIA Championships, which all 4 of these teams you'll see there. The LTU ladies and men. You'll see the Indiana Tech men and women there. So give us a watch there. And we will see you next time. Signing off, Chase Coffin alongside Denver Rokon. Hope you guys all enjoyed. Congratulations to both teams and both runner-ups. Heck of a tournament. Everybody stay safe, treat each other with respect. Have a great evening.